Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to Overwatch 2 here at the NACE Star League. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, joined by LaFon as always. And LaFon, we are here in week number 5. That means some of these teams starting to set themselves apart from the rest of the pack.
And I mean, up front in our first match of the night, actually, one of those teams takes center stage as a result. Maryville University taking on their opposition. And, you know, as we get set for week number 5 here on broadcast, right, we can finally kind of dial in some of the expectations we have, right? I think now we're starting to see teams cement themselves both in terms of strategic setup, identities and so forth, as well as kind of the position we expect them to be in towards the end of the season, right? This is now crunch time, really. If at this stage of the game, you're not, challenging for the top end of the bracket, you have a lot of ground to cover. So I think our expectations have certainly been set. Now we must see if the teams can meet them as we move towards the end of the season.
And of course, with our first game being Lords University and Maryville, it's a team who's 3-1 in Lords, a great team, right? But they're going up against Maryville, who is consistently one of the top teams across all the spectrum of collegiate Overwatch. So they're sitting at 4-0, certainly going to be the favorite coming in here today as we take a look at these lineups and who's going to be starting out for both of these teams.
I mean, if you're looking at Maryville University, right, there are two names that stand out, I think, above any of the others, and that's Mikey and GB specifically, right, who have some of that tier 1 experience on this roster. And so rightly expected, I think, to perform at quite a high level here. At Maryville University, as you highlighted, historically one of the strongest teams in collegiate just over their lifespan. They've had players go from this team to tier 1 and then excel there as well. So yeah, this is a roster that has showcased great things and continues to be great. Lords University can have their work cut out for them, certainly as we get started on map number 1, which is going to be Oasis.
And Oasis will be a good opportunity for us to kind of get to see how Lords is going to try to approach this. Now, one of the things that I think is a little unique, something that sets them apart from some of the other teams, is that they really like running Doomfist comps, who, briefly was in the meta, briefly strongest tank that you could see in Overwatch 2, and got nerfed, and definitely has taken kind of a backseat compared to some of the other takes, but still strong. So that'll be very interesting to watch. Now, if Lords is going to be able to come away with a win here today, I think a lot of it is also going to have to come down to Poryu. That is a player, she's new, but she's playing very, very well, and I think has breathed a lot of new energy into this Lords team. So that'll be very exciting to see, as this team, again, just very, very dive focused, going to be on the back of this Doomfist play.
As of late, World Cup trials are going on in general, and we've gotten a chance to see what the meta has shaped up to be, just across the entirety of Overwatch. And one of the things to highlight there is that Wrecking Ball has come to the forefront as being a big tank, right? Wrecking Ball and Junker Queen to a certain extent, but what that means is that it doesn't get easier for Lords University here, because Mikey, a proficient Wrecking Ball player, hey, when that's in the meta, right, you can certainly expect things to perhaps go a little bit strong. But Maryville going to change things up. It's going to be King and Mikey starting on the DPS role instead. So Cyrus moving over to that tank role. So we're looking at the Winston at the opening face.
We're going to be starting out here on Oasis Gardens as well. So this is a map that you can kind of take either way. You can run the brawl, you can run the dive. But as you said, given how the Wrecking Ball compositions are kind of dominating right there, these dive-based compositions going to certainly be more forefront and center, as well. As we start out, it's going to be the mega health pack over here being hotly contested. There is a Sombra on the side of Lord, so a lot of upfront damage not going to be there. Deviant is going to be taken out. Mikey finding that last railgun shot. Hack comes in on a falls, not going to matter too terribly much for them, as Maryville University will take first control of this point.
Yeah, Maryville bisect, or rather they engage on that dive a lot faster than Lords can, even with the Sombra hack. They don't target, you don't get the target down, the cancel, or the interrupt rather comes through. So Maryville will get the first capture, and then head to the spawn doors actually of their opposition, expecting to try to deny them any opportunity in. King nearly at that first pulse bomb of the round and looking to find a pick off early.
Even if they don't get a pick off here, either LaFonda, as long as they can bleed Lords of a lot of the utility, make them spend a lot just to get to point, get to this choke, then Maryville can just back up easily and get picks along the way. But they're continuing to put the pressure on. Pulse bomb is thrown out. Gonna be a miss. In the meantime, Poryu starting to show up already, able to take out Mikey. It's gonna be picked as well, though, as Walter Black falls. King going down very, very low, forced to use the recall. But Maryville still in control and really not letting Lords even approach the choke or the point.
With that elimination of the Tracer, they actually are going to force, and the fact that Devious has moved over to the objective, it's going to force Maryville to retreat for the moment, but Primal Rage nearly online for Cyrus, and they want to go in aggressively on this.
What better way to start with the aggression than with a Kitsune Rush? I'm Rogue going to respond in kind. Cyrus now with the Primal Rage out, but Lords is getting the picks that they need to turn this back in their favor. Just a couple of cleanups here, but Lords should be able to take first possession over this point.
No support ultimates committed from Lords there is what allows them to do that, right? The sustain of the elusive sound barrier, and or you highlighted at the start of this the round, actually outpacing false. Part of that, of course, the amount of damage Maryville was doing, not getting confirmed, means that it's just free ult charge for the supports, but a lot of credit has to be given to Lucio for being able to gain it as well. Now, Maryville on this reattempt should be in a pretty decent position, unless Walter Black 3 can get a pulse bomb stick.
And Cyrus going to jump to the high ground immediately. Pulse bomb does go out. Going to be a whiff this time. So Lords, one of their big win conditions out of the table now. Cyrus, in the meantime, has found I'm Just Rogue. Devious done with the Primal Rage as well. Maryville netting a couple of kills. Pulse does fall, but it's not going to be enough for them to be able to hold on to this objective.
Yeah, I mean, at that stage of the game, right, when you have the sustain that Pulse is able to provide with the sound barrier, there's not, and the Pulse Bomb goes wide, Lords doesn't have much to work with in that situation. Maryville, they convert on the sustain advantage they have in their favor. Now, this is the opportunity for Lords to perhaps bring back some space and time. Mikey with this overclock, but has not really been in a position to find a ton of success on the Sojourn, so going to have to be a little bit more effective with this ultimate unless Shinsei can get in with a Death Blossom and shut them down.
And here comes the overclock from Mikey. It's going to be a pick either way, but crucially for Maryville, their take is down. They're going to have to work double time to kind of make up the difference here, which they are doing. It's netted them one kill advantage here on this fight. Make it 2. Maryville will be able to hold on to the point and collect the first sub-map win.
Yeah, just the unfortunate situation there is that Mikey's able to stay down the open, spam the overclock, and the damage is enough for King to get the cleanup. So Maryville, they're playing to certainly the strengths of their roster here, allowing King to just get in and find a ton of damage, and has been the most active member in this server at this stage of the game, right? The Tracer player for Maryville, showing up the kill feed more frequently on the correct side of it. So yeah, a lot of credit has to be given to Maryville, who are playing a composition that I think, or playing playing their players in an order that I don't necessarily think is expected of them, and still finding a ton of success. Now we head over to City Center, so Wrecking Ball going to come to play, and Lord's actually going to continue running the same, or a very similar composition to what they opened up with. The only difference being the Genji here now instead. Certainly going to have a lot of trouble finding any targets, I think, is Shinsei.
That's true, and you know, with a lot of times you're playing for that blade with Genji. Of course, Devious going down means Maryville primed to be able to take this fight here. Without that big initiation tool, it's going to be hard to get anything. But yeah, Shinsei, it's going to be hard for them to build up even their ultimate, which is typically what you play for with this Genji.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball, I mean, the Wrecking Ball's existence is what makes this really difficult. Also, a bit of a role swap here. Mikey goes over the Tracer, King plays the Sojourn now. Inversion of the last round.
QB misses there, putting Maryville still in control, but now with 2 players down, Lords, if they can turn this around quickly, there's an opportunity for them to take this point with Cyrus biting off a little bit more than they can chew. Maryville likely going to come out of with about 13% or so before Lords gets it.
Yeah, they have an awkward setup from Maryville, it must be stated. Doesn't help to lose your support before the round, before fight even really comes through, but aside from that, Lord's taking a good advantage of it, but I mean, that's a good setup by Mikey to have, you know, just lay up the Tracer for King to find the final blow on.
Especially considering they had the Pulse Bomb ready to go, and that was one of their big win conditions here. Will be a trade for the moment. In fact, Lords is going to be able to put the point under their control, but that won't last long as Maryville takes the fight in the end.
Yeah, the retake potential here from this composition, just with how quickly it skirmishes, is impressive. I'm surprised if Shinsei makes it out to spawn.
Ooh, still might not be able to get out completely unscathed, so that's a pretty big stagger.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed setup there. Maryville will also now equalize and exceed their opposition on this round. And I mean, Maryville's done this all without using ultimates, by the way. So in this 5v5 setup, it's going to be a very explosive fight.
We're going to see a minefield placed practically in spawn. Sound barrier has to be used. The coalescence coming in from Juby as well, able to laser down for you, even though they got out the sound barrier. So few ultimates expended. A couple of picks come in the way of Lords. If they can regroup quickly, they may be able to give themselves a little advantage in this upcoming fight.
I mean, it's still Lords who uses more, you'd have to think, right? Just in terms of trying to get out of spawn here. King with a sound barrier at their back is going to use the overclock.
They're going to go down relatively low, but not before they find some value. Here comes now the blade from Shinsei. This is a big opportunity for them to come away with a fight win. Unfortunately, the dash doesn't quite catch up to Lucio, and so the blade doesn't really get much value. 75% now and counting here for Maryville. Cyrus showing no signs of slowing down, keeping the pressure on, force a back way to get a Mega, maybe even the Mega unable to get to it. But 85% on the board here for Maryville.
Well, Cyrus is going to get chased down. Just couldn't find any health packs. I think Mikey went to try and assist, gets caught out as well. So down 2 here for Maryville as Lords attempts to recontest.
And there's no ultimates on board either for Maryville to really be able to do anything. I'm just Ro goes ahead and use the Kitsune Rush. That'll give them the port pretty much uncontested. Darius does drop back in, so it looks like they're actually going to make an attempt for it. But the Pulse Bomb finding King is making it so much less likely that Maryville is going to be able to hold on. With Shinsei finding another pick onto the backline, onto the support, this is almost over in their favor.
Still, you hate to see the fact that 2 ultimates were forced out of a fight that, I mean, Maryville started 2 down, right? That's a good reset, though, as Cyrus gets eliminated. Keep in mind, it's 1 fight territory for Maryville. And Lords are going to have to find, I think, magic with this next rotation that's kind of coming in. Obviously, sustain with the sound barrier is going to be critical, but Devious is going to really have to make their work with this Primal Rage because it's all Lords has offensively on their side.
Fortunately for them, no ultimates online yet for Maryville. That Coalescence, though, could be problematic. Support, you're definitely going to have to use that Sand Barrier. They do actually use it proactively. Minefield now going down on point. If it's going to be chased down, Focusing Beam going to be the death of them in the end. Cyrus now trying to contest the Lucio, but in the meantime, the Coalescence has come and gone. Finds a pick with it. Ike is down, but the rest of Maryville up, and with the Focusing Beam again onto Lucio, point has flipped. Maryville will take the first map.
That's just excellent team play by Maryville, not allowing Lords to really contest as a team. You can see the level of aggression and coordination that Maryville has, right? The expectation is that they're able to play as a team. They play well together as a team. And I mean, you know, coming in, it's really tough. Look at that last fight, especially. The Wrecking Ball comes in, sets up the double hit with the fireball of the Wrecking Ball, and then you know, sets the minefield down. So anyone trying to disengage to try and, you know, return to the fight takes just extra damage. It's a really tough place to set up. And off the back of that, Maryville converts that fight, which allows them to win the map. But it's indicative of the style they play overall that has been most of the difference maker here. And Maryville arguably going to look better once we get to map 2 and beyond because of the fact that their style just plays better on map types that are not as chaotic as Control can be.
That's a good point. And of course, we will be headed to King's Row. No great surprise there. And I'm going to be extra curious to see how Lords is going to handle this one, right? Because coming into this, we were kind of expecting to see the Doomfist. That wasn't the case on the first map. They go for the Winston instead. And moving to King's Row, I think it's even less likely that we're going to see that come forward. So whatever kind of dive flavor, if they decide to go with dive that they choose, I think it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, King's Row has historically been more of a brawl map, even in collegiate, right? As of like most recent kind of games that we've had. So we'll see if that evolution steps in, right? That first game was so fast, even as I think Lords got a commendable amount of percentage on the objective. It was still very much Maryville in control of the game, right? Just setting the tempo by which the map was kind of played out. Every fight that Maryville took, they were playing as aggressively as they could, I think, to a certain extent, and certainly Lords was playing catch up a lot of the time. So here, if they can get ahead of kind of the tempo of the game, you know, meaning they set the space and speed at which we play, could give them an opportunity for sure. Maryville is going to do their best to, of course, deny that, and I think that's going to be the real difference maker to see if Lords can keep up to the speed that Maryville likes to play at.
I think one big thing that they did to start to try and even the playing field, right? Try to come back in that last map is they did punish Maryville, it felt like, for some of the over-aggression, right? Maryville was definitely pushing W as much as they could, and so a lot of those fights, I think, that eventually ended up going Lord's way were because of kind of this over-commitment, this over-aggression that we saw from Maryville. So again, how that plays out on King's Row will be interesting to see too, because there's a lot more opportunity, I think, to just kind of kite back and then come back into the fight if you're Maryville. So yeah, curious to see just what the adaptations are from both sides, really.
Certainly. As we wait to get into King's Row here, just a reminder, of course, that Maryville up 1-0 over Lords University in this first to 3 that we have here today. Of course, Maryville, one of the favorites, I think, in the conversation about being at the top end of collegiate, right? You know, we mentioned that at the top of the show, but I think for Maryville, for them, really, it is a championship or bust at certain instances. I think they very much find themselves or feel themselves to be in the conversation as, as being one of the best teams in collegiate. So I think this has also been a marker for them. How much more performant can they be than their opposition? Remember, at this stage of the game, we often see teams that are challenging for that championship role to, be undefeated, to not even give up objective space, right? That's another thing to highlight. They, constantly try and not just 3-0 their opponent, but don't even drop points. So we'll see how Maryville fares on King's Row. They will head to the attack first. Lords is going to defend, but certainly an opportunity for Maryville to kind of set the pace of the game here, which they did on King's Row, that Lords absolutely has to deny.
Yeah, I'm anticipating Maryville to just press W again, be very, very quick to get a point. Last moment swap. Nope, back over to the Reinhardt. Gonna use actually the Winston to just get to the high ground and yeah, breakneck pace to try and touch point from Cyrus. The rest of Maryville able to catch up relatively quickly. Maywell comes out from Shinsei. Now King trying to chunk it down just as quickly as they can. They do have a Cassidy in the backline, but they go down very low. Should be chased off by False, but no, Walter Black actually going to be able to get the pick. Mikey follows up in the backline to eventually secure that pick. Devious with the charge finds Juby as well as the trade back and forth. But Maryville actually looking a little taking a couple of bruises here. Not going to be able to get the objective on their first attempt out the gates.
I mean, Walter Black there does straight up. That was a kill that False should have had. And Walter Black at 5 HP, so literally a body shot, survives long enough. It doesn't look like it's enough to hold away Maryville for long, but a good first stance nonetheless.
One tick has been put over. Shatter comes in. Going to be blocked by Devious. Meantime, though, Poryu was eliminated by Mikey, and again, she's one of those big players that has already made a big difference for Lords. Walter Black coming back in, finds Mikey. Now we've got a contest on point, so nothing else. A little time going to be bled off the clock. The Kitsune rush is committed by Lords as well. Shatter from Devious does land. Several members fall, and with that, Lords will hold on to the point.
That is a tremendous recontest from Lords University. All set up by Walter Black, by the way, who catches Mikey on the flank with the magnetic grenade, deals enough damage to bring them down to 1 HP, and that opens up the shatter opportunity for Devious. So Walter Black has come up in a big way on this map.
Maryville likely to take this next point up because they've got both the Bob and the Kitsune rush here, both of which are going to be used. The Devious does find Cyrus, so it certainly isn't over yet. Poryu does hit the sound barrier too, so we are going to get a contest on point, but it won't last for long as Bob eventually able to get the job done for Maryville.
It'll cost Juby, it cost both support ultimates and the Bob though, so Maryville had to dig deep into the bank for that one, and now Lords University has an opportunity for them to get a decent hold here in the second phase. And say, I mean, we'll have to land the Blizzard and likely expect to have to find 2 eliminations plus on that, but it certainly costs Maryville something, and that's, an impressive situation to be in. And now, I mean, for Lords University, it really does come down to can Shinsei find that Blizzard to land and give Maryville, or deny Maryville the opportunity to set this blade up to try and get a early fight win.
I'm going to be breaking out right at Bookshop as well here.
They cancel the Blizzard.
The Fire Strike able to take it out, take it away. King eventually does find Devious, and Maryville actually not even going to need to use an ultimate to take this fight.
Yeah, the fact that I think that's ill timing of the death from Shinsei, it's tragic because realistically, that Blizzard landing is what wins Lords a fight, right? They need to, remember, there's no defensive utility for Maryville aside from the Suzu. Meaning there is a possibility of being able to burn people down if it lands, but it just doesn't come through. And now, I mean, you can see Cyrus setting up in a corner, see if Lords checks their corners, because if they don't, a Shatter is lying in wait for them, and that would be the second point capture.
He is pushing up. Their back is turned. They're using Juby as a distraction. Shatter goes down, but nobody. It does hit the ground this time. He is taking a lot of damage. Suzu has to be used as well. So right off the back of that, here comes the blade from King. They're going to be able to slice through most of the opposition. Send Shinsei with an exit pick, but again, not going to matter at the end of the day.
Shinsei a little theatrics there, gets 2 more, but already been captured at that stage. So swap's coming in for Maryville. I believe that Cyrus is going back as well. Yeah, going to Ramatra here. I want to be able to just kind of run down the shield presence that is the Reinhardt here. Still Still, without a shield or a consistent shield from the Rhine, there is an opportunity for Devious to land a shatter, and especially with the Ramatra having used theirs quickly.
Sune Russia means that Lords is just going to be run down. They try to stall things out with a Deadeye. Walter Black may keep away the death from coming in for a moment, but in the end, they will come in indeed. Bob committed once again by Maryville.
Lost kind of everything for Maryville.
Yeah.
See if there's an opportunity here for Lords to get the Reinhardt out of spawn. They need to land this shatter and then get the cleanup. And there's still 3 minutes, 10 seconds left in the clock.
Comes to the shatter. It is going to be King falling to the ground, but the support is there. Charge comes into Osiris, who is now also been hit by an anti-nade. Suzu used to clear it. Shinsei does find falls. Card being contested by one of the members of Lords at the moment, so it's not getting any progress. Here comes in the ultimate as well for Maryville to see if they can turn it around, but everybody's able to just kite it away. And Cyrus continuing to just pummel away at Devious. Mikey eventually does find Walter Black, who's been such a big source. It's been such a hero here for Lords. It'll be a pick either way now, as neither team has found quite an advantage just yet, Lafon.
Stalemate is going to favor Lords, though. You can see Shinsei has a blade, looking to try and perhaps get the nano boost, but it's delayed. It's a little too late.
It is, and now with the Annihilation coming in, there's very little that Lords is going to be able to do to stop this progression. Walter Black with just a sliver of health. That will be the point capped at 212.
Unfortunate timing for Lords. Their sync was just a little bit off, and the nano boost comes in a touch late, which unfortunately forced by the Annihilation means that combo never comes in. So Maryville are able to walk the objective to the finish line, and we'll head to the attack now. 3 points captured. Lords University at least slowed down the cart a little bit, but yeah, Maryville really in control of this map.
It was a great showing on first, though, right? Those first couple of defenses from Lords, it really burnt off a lot of the time, and I think honestly the majority of the time, because ever since Maryville got first, they didn't meet too much trouble moving forward. So now it'll be up to Lords to see if they can, in fact, like you said, maybe take a point off of Maryville here, because that's certainly going to be in their head, right? Like you said, they want to see if they can not only maintain a perfect record overall, but not even surrender a point.
Off to a good start, of course, in this game. See how their defense fares, because it's not like Lords is, out in the cold fully. They have contested Maryville at certain extents, and at this point, Shinsei and Walter Black both have had opportunities to highlight themselves. Now the question is, can they get them both online at the same time? And that may be the opportunity that Lords is looking for, to try and close, at least equalize this map. By the way, Maryville having Mikey on the Echo and Cyrus on a Ramatra. There'll be a lot of damage throughput here. The shield is not going to be able to block from Devious.
Yeah, we can see it's already down to 300 HP. Here comes that focusing now from Mikey. Immortality Field has to be used by Maryville. It's going to be a pick either way. Devious going down, though, means that Cyrus is going to have just about free reign on whoever they like, even despite the anti-nade coming in. Is still managing to get a lot of damage done and put up a lot of pressure as Devious tries to respawn.
Keep in mind with with both the Kiriko and the Baptiste, Maryville has a lot of potential HP in terms of the healers. So Lord's gonna have to be very quick with their burst damage. That's a reflective sleep dart off the I'm Just Rogue, by the way.
Wow. Yeah, they go down very, very low. In fact, most of the members of Lords now falling by the wayside. Airfield barely, Lords barely gets through the choke before they are sent back.
I shouldn't say not even get out of spawn or get back to spawn rather, as Mikey's playing Gatekeeper. King sets that play up, by the way. A deflect onto the Ana, it's just no healing available for the team. And then the cleanup kills come in, so Maryville will continue their forward momentum, even on the defense. That's brutal for Mikey.
Yeah, they are in fact going to be able to get healed up. Poryu does find them eventually. They will go down, but now Maryville is probably gonna have to back up to choke to the point as they wait for Mikey to come back.
Keep in mind, all these fights just means that Maryville gets resources, gets ultimates, and Lords does not.
Shinsei with a blade, or rather King with the blade, able to cut down Shinsei before they get going. Cyrus as well with the annihilation, looking to keep everybody back. Will be a pick onto False, but again, too little for them to really be able to make much of it here. Ooh,
they want to just keep going though.
Yeah, Cyrus is going to be pummeled into non-existence. It's a pair of picks either way. Mikey has duplicated the Lucio now, presumably to try and hold on to point, but it is taken out very quickly. Poryu does find the pick onto them as well, so Lords has an opportunity to try and push to point. They're going to at least get a tick on the board.
That is a very greedy play from Maryville. A little bit of a hyper-aggressive setup, expecting they can just kind of run over their opponent. Lord says no. Now Maryville has nothing to contest the overclock and the blade. They're just going to try and capture this point.
Yeah, Walter Black already finding success with it. King goes down, sent back to spawn. Cyrus now having a hard time staying alive as well. The support is there, but under the pressure of the annihilation, they will eventually fall. So Lords going to get first point captured.
Yeah, and Mikey's not getting out here.
Yeah.
Actually, King might not be either. We'll see. That's an early dash. King might. I think King goes down here for sure. Shinsei comes in with a cleanup, so another stagger kill. Maryville have given up the choke as a result. So with this, Mystery Heroes continues to be played by Maryville. And Lords are going to get a pretty decent progress on this second phase, actually. Keep in mind that the sound barrier and the blade are still at the ready for Lords. They're going to be able to, I think, push the aggression on this next fight.
But considering Sirius now has an anti-nade on him, it will be cleared eventually. Mikey does come out with a pick onto I'm Just Rogue. So now if Lords wants to try to continue pushing, they might have to commit this sound barrier, but it looks instead as though they're just going to back off a little bit here. But There's actually pushing pretty aggressively. Cyrus, Devious does go down, so the disengagement wasn't as quick as it needed to be.
Yeah, this is unfortunately Lord just taking way too much time to actually do anything. It allows Maryville to catch up in the resource game. So where Maryville perhaps had a window of opportunity afforded to their opposition, they quickly close it. And I mean, now this blade has been lapped by King. King uses 2 blades before Shinsei has used 1. And this means that Juby is also going to have a sound barrier in response. And that is if Shinsei even gets activated.
Also coming in with a very aggressive Kitsune rush as well. Mikey going to be slept, but... or rather, Cyrus is not necessarily going to matter too terribly much in the grand scheme of things, as again, Lords is just getting spawn camped brutally at this point, but maybe a little overcommitment. Mikey does go down. Here comes the nano blade now from Shinsei. We'll be able to get out of spawn and make some progress on the card.
Keep in mind though, this is just getting a spawn. Juby uses the sound barrier. I believe it was canceled mid activation.
I think so, yeah.
So another fortunate scenario for Lords here. Dueling annihilations in this next fight. Maryville, of course, have more damage throughput though. Realistically, this is a tough fight to take if you're Lords, but it's a must win. Lose this one, you're in final fight, and I mean Maryville will be trending towards those cooldowns, so they need to close this round out, and Lords are having trouble even getting in towards the objective at this stage.
Comes dual annihilations. It could be dueling overclocks as well. Gonna be a pick on either side, but Cyrus going down is a little rough here. Point is going to be contested. Annihilation continuing to do some damage, continuing to go here for Lords, but Mikey comes up big with an overclock. That is going to lead them to a victory here and a last moment hold. It's going to be a very rough fight here for Lords.
King uses the blade here. I mean, still an opportunity though if you're Lords. It's going to be an awkward fight. Oh no, now it's basically over.
Ooh. Yeah, with Walter Black going down, that was one of the big win conditions. Both Sword Court Ultimates will be up for Lords. They might have to use some of them just to get the point, though.
20 seconds left. They need to start going now.
Oh, no. Yeah, with Devious down, this is looking really, really low for Lord's chance of being able to do anything here. The card is so far away. Aggressive Sandberry used by Maryville as well, with Sirius falling, catching another pick. Nobody is going to be able to touch. So... Maryville will go up 2-0 over Lords, but great showing, honestly, from Lords, too. They got a lot of progress made against this Maryville squad.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highlight, that the fights that they're taking, there's certainly an opportunity for them to kind of clutch up. But Maryville, they're showing why they're one of the strongest teams that we have in collegiate, again, with this performance, and put themselves at match point, one game away now from taking the set.
Well, before we get to that final map, we are going to throw it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon with map number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the stream. If you're just joining us, Maryville up 2-0 over Lords. See some great stuff out of Lords. I mean, again, Maryville, one of the top teams. We're expecting them to come away with a win here tonight. But as you can see from the scoreline on Kings Row, Lords did get first point, and in fact put up a great defense on first as well, knocking a couple minutes off the clock before Maryville was able to see Streets. Speaking of Streets, will be the Streets of Dorado we will be going through next here, and this I think is going to play a little bit more towards Lord's favor in that they're going to get to use some of these dive compositions that they really like to play.
Yeah, and I mean for Lords, I mean one of the things that they kind of have to get is both their DPS online at the same time. Shinsei and Walter Black both had moments where they excelled in the previous maps, but weren't able to sync up quite at the same time. And you know, I think for Lords across the board, each of their players has had moments of brilliance. You know, any of the players you on this roster that kind of started, but the question is now, can they do it all at once? Because that is what is the difference between, you know, good teams and great teams, is how well do you perform as a team? And yeah, that's I think where Lords' limitation was in the first two phases of this game, and they're going to need to shore it up tremendously if they want a chance to equalize the series and force them at number 5.
Right, consistency. That is going to have to be a big piece of the puzzle here for Lords. Another player who I think has had a couple of really standout moments is Poryu as well. And I would argue she's maybe even been one of the more consistently performing members of the team for Lords so far, too. A couple of big highlight plays, I think, initially on Oasis, but honestly just solid Lucio play in general from her during King's Row. So yeah, as we move now to Dorado, and this new statue, it's still odd to me. But yeah, as we move to Dorado, I'm excited to see, you know, what Lords looks like more in their element.
Maryville's a pretty tough matchup for Lords, you know, in terms of the stylistic setup, because Maryville, of course, also a very good dive team in their own right. In fact, has been running almost entirely the dive composition overall. A little bit of Ramatra on King's Row, a little bit of Reinhardt as well, but in general have elected to see, you know, the Tracer, the Genji and Echo and so forth a lot more. A near mirror actually on this setup. Genji and Kiriko versus Ana and Tracer.
High ground contested briefly by both squads. Both bubbles have to go out, but it will take the card a little time to move around. In the meantime, though, King able to gun down Shinsei with the focusing beam. Mikey now just kind of waiting in the wings. It will be a 1-for-1 trade. Juby does fall, but the spawn so much closer here for Maryville. Devious and Sears having a conversation, as scientists do on the high ground. But eventually it will be Maryville pushed off, but it's still a considerable amount of card progress been gained already by Maryville.
Continue the skirmish here. It's a really good focus onto Cyrus once more.
Yeah, it absolutely was. For you finding Pulse as well, going to make things difficult for them to continue. King, just a sliver of health, does find the pick, but Walter Black is there to finish things off, and Lords does have a hold.
Critically, that play by Poryu is the booping the Echo away from the fight is a bigger deal than sort of the final blow they found on the Pulse. The peel from the Lucio was really the difference maker in making sure that Lords were able to kind of win that fight out.
You go over halfway to this duplicate, but Shinsei actually with the pulse bomb. And I mean, this is after Shinsei switched off of the Genji. Pulse bomb is going to go out, not going to find a kill. Cirrus is lead, or rather nano boosted, able to find I'm Just Rogue in the backline. Walter going down very low as well. The nano boost from Pulse really making a huge difference in that fight.
Good focus fire, and then that just buys space for King to find the rest of the targets. Keep in mind, with no supports left alive, a lot harder to mitigate the damage that the Echo is doing. And so they'll clean up pretty fairly as Maryville moves forward. Ooh, I'm Just Rogue. Bit of a space bot there, but I think Cyrus is going to try and find the Primal Rage. Yep, chases down the supports.
Yeah, and with King using the Focus Beam as well to take out Walter Black. That's big. Jimmy does use the sound barrier. I think that must have been used on the high ground very, very high and then hit the low ground, because that was a long time in between activation and utilization. In the meantime, Poryu does find another pick onto Mikey. Duplicate is in though from King as well, so double Winston means DB is not going to last long under all of that cleave damage.
Ooh, Shinsei gets as they're trying to eliminate King, who was very low in fairness. Cyrus comes in on that 1v1 to shake things up a little bit.
Just Rogue is having their Suzu forced out pretty early, pretty consistently, which is you know, kudos to Maryville for being able to put that much pressure on them. And I mean, all the way back in spawn as well. This is Again, just this kind of overwhelming aggression we've gotten used to coming out from Maryville.
And False has really not played the game on this second phase. Kind of sitting on cart.
You have the Doomfist coming out now. This is what we were expecting maybe a little bit earlier. Diva's going over to it. They are going to be chunked down almost immediately now. Shinsei has the Pulse Bomb, goes out, but Cyrus able to finish them off right before anything else happened. Point has been capped, and already Maryville 2 picks in as they move into third.
We just saying hello to the spawn doors of the opponent. Cyrus refusing to let this one be an honorable duel.
Right? It looks like they might have eventually backed off. Juby is going to take it in the end. Here comes the Primal Rage now from Cyrus. Not a whole lot of health left for them. They have to back out. Kitsune rush from I'm Just Rogue again just to get out of spawn. Now the Nano Boost having been committed to Mikey. Not back there to protect False though. Here comes a Meteor Strike. Able to find Juby as well. That is both supports down for Maryville. So Lords does have a hold here on third.
That's really good kiting by Lords, actually. Oh. I mean, recognizing that Maryville wants to play that hyper-aggressive style, recognizing they're a lot likely to go in 1-by-1. Good isolation on a target who has perhaps stepped beyond the bounds a little too far. And then punishing the team like a cascade of dominoes.
Shinsei and Porty, the only ones close to an ultimate here for Lords. Sound barrier used aggressively here by Juby as well. There's now on a Doomfist of their own. False and Team combined for a pair of kills. Miss left on the clock. Needs to be a quick regroup here from Lords.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, it's going to be a rough recontest. Or you will have a sound barrier, though, some survivability for their team.
There's a Kitsune rush out now from King, the duplicated one. Kitsune rush still staying there. That track still on the ground. Poryu does use the sound barrier that gets them out to point. Devious now trying to hold on as well, seeing if they can get a little damage in. In the meantime, King has found Poryu. A couple of players picked very, very quickly. Maryville will be able to cap this point a little over 2 minutes. Very similar time to what we saw in King's Row.
Yeah, Maryville, a little bit of shenanigans towards the end, but overall had pretty commanding run through the map. As Lords, honestly, their 2 fights that they won ended up kind of just being general skirmishes where they were able to outduel their opponent. Maryville does not give a ton of those opportunities in general, so we'll see how you know how much efficacy Lords can sort of showcase on the offense, because Maryville a very dominant run on their half of the map, certainly.
It was, and again, I mean, the strength, like you said before, Maryville such a strong dive team as well. So Lord certainly has their work cut out for them, but there is a path forward for them, right? There's a path for success for them, and again, I think it has to come down to a lot of what you said before, which was them just being able to synchronize and play consistently. Everybody kind of hitting their stride at the same time.
A little bit of a dance across the bridge here from Cyrus. So King makes an appearance on Widowmaker here.
See if Shinsei
expects that. Well, they know now. Venom Mine.
Yep. You guys have to back up quite a bit. In fact, you'll be able to chase down Shinsei. Now there's not going to be that kind of overwhelming presence. Be able to play a little bit more freely here if you are Maryville. He was getting challenged now by Cyrus, trying to hold on to that high ground here for Maryville as Lords regroups.
It's interesting that Walter Black's now on the Genji and Shinsei is on the hit scan. Obviously the roles swapped a little bit from the last time. Also, King is not taking the Widow duel. Instead, it's Juby whose job it is to suppress the hit scan player. Of course, the Lucio, a pretty deadly threat against the Widowmaker. Very mobile, and he can displace you and, you know, affect your aim a little bit. So
might be the only one with a pulse bomb at the moment. King does find a kill as well. That's going to be both DPS down now for Lord. So once again, this is going to have to be a regroup back and spawn.
This is, I mean, at this stage, you can see as players come out of the spawn, Maryville are forcing them to kind of take isolated 2v1s. Like Devious there, caught against 3 players. There's not really much you can do in that situation. It's not a coordinated setup from the offense, and Maryville have, you know, are going to start to just bleed time away. That's half the time bank expired now.
That's big. The Lucio once again being the thorn inside in the side of Widowmaker. 2 players down now for Maryville. Lord's recognizing an opportunity to maybe come back in this. Uses the Kitsune rush, but a pair of kills from Maryville. Gonna stop that in its tracks. Meteor strike. Not coming in from Cyrus, looking for an opportunity. They're just gonna use it to kind of get themselves in the thick of it in the fray. Forced to back away just a little bit, though. Devious is still pretty low as well. Sound barrier now in from Maryville, so they're pushing forward. They're pushing to W once again. Like, he does go down. It will be a trade, but Lord's ending up the worst for it in this exchange.
That's gonna have to be a full reset from Maryville overall, though. They just don't have enough players kept in play, whereas the spawns are so much closer for Lords. Even as Juby tries to stall off the payload, they'll be taken down. Still not an easy recontest, though. I mean, you still expect Maryville to kind of have the upper hand in this next fight. You know, I mean, Nano Boost, Pulse Bomb, of course. And they've just had good value in terms of you know, the neutral engage.
And Nano Boost committed to Mikey. Able to find Shinsei relatively quickly. Devious going down very low, too. Being focused pretty hard by King. That Focus Meme does indeed finish them off. 45 seconds left to go here. It is going to be another regroup here for Lords. This is going to be their final opportunity to stay in this game, in this match as a whole. All comes down to this here, Lafon.
It's going to be a quick rush with the sound barrier. Of course, they won't have the Kitsune rush. Oh, man, the Widow. Or should say,
no.
Even in spawn, not safe.
Oh, that is devastating. Thinking Bob's going to land on the Devious as well. Half of their HP expended just to try and get out of spawn. I'm just barely making it. Mikey with a huge pulse bomb. 10 seconds left to go here. Nobody alive for Lords. And Maryville come up huge here today. A 3-0 victory over Lords, allowing them to maintain that perfect record as we are concluding that game for week 5 here at the Naystar League.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the Maryville that we kind of expect, right? A little bit of a confident showcase from them, a team that is known for their performance at the top end, and once again showcases it. I mean, a lot of credit to Lords though for sticking it out, making sure to provide some elements of contest to their opponents. But I mean, in the end, a juggernaut of a school shows up once more, and Maryville will continue their march to playoffs, and of course trying to challenge for those final berths into the championship side of things.
Well, we're going to take a short break as we get ready for our next match that should be getting underway in about 10 minutes from now. So don't go anywhere. We will be back then with game number 2 of the evening. We are back. Apologies to you, chat. I forgot about the interview. We have the sport phenom from Maryville University in here with us, Juby. First off, congratulations today on a very convincing win over Lords.
Thank you.
Now, talk to me about what are some of your goals moving into the rest of this season. Of course, you're undefeated right now. I'm certain you've got your sights set on a very high placing and likely the championships as well.
Yeah, that sounds pretty right. I'm just gonna keep winning, keep steamrolling.
Actually, let's dial in a little bit on the I think specifics of the game that we find ourselves in right now. Right, obviously a newer patch relative to the competitive scene. What's sort of been the expectation for this kind of meta, and what is Maryville kind of looking for moving forward?
Well, as far as comp goes, the dominant comp looks like Monkey, Kariko, Type Rush. You can see us playing in the first map. However, I think there's a patch in a couple of weeks, so that might change. But right now, that seems to be the meta.
Fair enough. The other thing too for your team is obviously there was a lot of switches going on today specifically. When ironed out though, is your team sort of dependent on kind of having that flexibility, or is there more of a focus coming through compositionally?
We wouldn't really change comp when we're actually trying to win. I would say we were just fooling around in this match.
All right, well, before we let you go, any shout outs you'd like to give? Friends, family, teammates, whoever.
Should I shout out? Shout out to my dad. He's in the Dominican Republic right now. His birthday was a couple days ago.
Well, happy birthday to Dad Juby. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. Again, congratulations on the win and best of luck to you in the rest of the season.
Thanks.
All right, well, now we will throw it to a break before our second match of the evening. Don't go anywhere. Should be starting that up in about 7-8 minutes. See you all soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. If you are just joining us, I am Warren Jungle God Hammond. LaFon with me, as always. We're ready to see game number 2, which will be between Butler University and the University of Maryland.
University of Maryland obviously at that 4-0, so sitting undefeated, looking to continue their streak. Butler a little more, in the 500s with the 2-2, and I mean, in this matchup, we've kind of talked about it too at this point in the season. Undefeated teams at this stage that are undefeated are usually trying to challenge for that playoff berth, right? So I think here for Butler, playing upset would be, or playing spoiler to University of Maryland and taking that game away from them would be a tremendous look for them. So yeah, really looking to see Butler University come out of the gate swinging.
They do have a lot to get through, though, with University of Maryland. Of course, Musai, just a fantastic tank, somebody who is especially strong on Reinhardt, and it will remain to be seen whether or not we see a whole lot of Reinhardt here today between these two squads. But as well for Maryland, something else that Butler is going to have to kind of contend with is Speep, who is just a phenom on the Sojourn, especially.
I mean, Sojourn, while we're seeing less of her now because the meta is kind of shifting towards, more dive heavy situations where she's not nearly as effective as she was in prior metas, still a very strong character, right? So having the ability to kind of showcase that being a strong Sojourn still can be a big boon to your team, and we'll have to see if that kind of steps through because again, right now, this meta is a lot about syncing on those dive heroes and really, I think, bursting down targets before they can even really react to the incoming damage. So we'll see if that makes itself known here. Certainly for Butler University, a tough task.
It will be, and Oasis will be the first locale that we will see. So ample opportunity to see that kind of dive composition come out, of course, on Gardens or City Center. So yeah, I'll be looking to see how they handle that as we move into those two summits. Of course, you can still play it on University, but it's definitely not quite as common. And so there too, I'm expecting Maryland to go over to more of a brawl-based composition and try and get behind Musai on the Reinhardt.
Certainly, because we obviously can draw cues from our last game, in the sense that two of the sub maps that we saw more dive based. Didn't get a chance to see University yet today, so might have that to look forward to.
Yeah, University, definitely a map that I would like to see from both of these squads. Again, just kind of highlighting, I think, the brawl prowess of University of Maryland. But we'll be starting back on... Oh no, this is University. We do get to see University here, so no surprises here in terms of either composition.
2, 1.
All right, the teleport from Pain, do they stick with the Symmetra? No, so it's going to be a lot of burst damage here from Butler. Maryland, not quite as much, though. They do have the sectioning power of the May. Whoa, I mean, a Fire Strike, 100 damage. There's... That's the fight done and dusted right there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, a beautiful May wall as well from Lou. Not really a whole lot that Butler could do right there. Just excellent heads-up play target focus coming out from U of M.
Yeah, Bjorn to be wild is going to get an exit frag, but tragically, it's not going to mean anything in the grand scheme of things. Maryland sharing the damage, actually, across the board. Everyone at that 30+% marker at this stage of the game, so not front-loaded at all. Butler, the same is not the case, as Bubbles will take a lead ult-wise.
Another nice wall there from Lou as well, making life difficult for Bubbles. Immortality Field does have to be used by University of Maryland, so Butler does have an opportunity here. But again, the burst damage, honestly, coming in from Maryland is making it slow going for them to try and gain any kind of purchase on this point. They have backed up Maryland, though, quite significantly. Musai's shield is going down. Point will flip in their favor. Maryland just has to take a breather here for a moment to try and regain some of these important cooldowns. In the meantime, Bjorn putting a lot of pressure on Lou. Here comes a big flurry of ultimates. It will be the Blizzard plus the Am Matrix from Paul. It'll be a pair of picks. Speed coming out on top, though. Again, that flare we have to watch out for on that Sojourn. A lot expended here from Butler. Musai, maybe a little bit of an overcommit there with that Shatter.
I mean, it does generate fairly quickly. Actually, also one of the things is that there's no way Musai stays alive against Pain without using that Shatter. So despite it being a commit of an ultimate, I think it's one that you're willing to trade And I mean, with the benefit of, you know, observer point of view, we know that Butler doesn't have too much to their name. Sure, they're generating a couple of resources, but Maryland not even gonna let them get out of spawn as the overclock comes in.
Yeah, absolutely huge heads up play here from Maryland. And this is kind of what you were talking about earlier with the dive, right? Taking advantage of these players as they're trying to get the point. They're doing that with Brawl at the moment.
Just a very up-tempo style here from Maryland University. Also, I mean, Butler gonna be countering out the sound, or using the sound barrier rather, counter out the Kitsune Rush. It's mirrored in kind. Butler trying to go fast and deal a lot of pressure to force Maryland back.
And once again, they're doing a good job, I think, of just kind of zoning them out. Here comes the Death Blossom. That'll be the finishing touches for Butler to give them control of the point.
That's what I meant, though, in terms of the fact that despite Maryland committing to the Earthshatter, that they don't really mind is that the pressure that Butler is or is receiving in the neutral game is so very high that they're forced to commit, you know, multiple extra resources to just contest. Now Maryland, they'll walk back in. I mean, you're trying to put a, you know, even as they walk in, I expect to see the Ant Matrix. Fire Strike can one-shot 200 HP heroes now through it, and Maryland still building towards, you know, those closeout utilities. They don't even need it. You're to be wild taken away before the fight starts.
Yeah, that amplification matrix certainly helping him. Here comes the Annihilation now from Bubbles. Be able to deal a lot of damage, so much so that Paul is forced to use Immortality Field. It's not going to last long. Both tanks for both of these squads having a little bit of trouble staying alive. Musai eventually does go down, but the Blizzard on point means that Butler loses their tank as well. Butler will equalize now in the capture percentage, but Beep trying to come back in, seeing if they can turn this in their favor, but they're going to have to contend with Bjorn, who has found one of their supports. This Overclock not netting any kills for them, so that is a huge miss there. Musai going to be able to shatter 3 players. That will be enough to turn it around for Maryland.
It's really impressive the Pumpkin holds on to the sound barrier, because they're going to need it to force this final fight. Actually, they're going to... Oh, this is really good heads-up play by Maryland.
Yeah, being able to take out Bubbles right before they go back in. In addition, Kiriko falls too, who had the rush. Nobody's going to be able to touch here, so Maryland with a big aggressive heads-up play will take first map here on Oasis.
A close round, though. Butler, I think, bringing it back. Maryland perhaps surprised by the aggression that Butler showed. And see if they can, you know, isolate some of those fragmented approach that they had on round number 2, but Butler definitely not out of this game yet.
Certainly not. That was a fantastic showing from, especially considering this is really Maryland firing on all cylinders, right? This is the composition that they want to be running. Moose High on the Reinhardt, Speep on the Sojourn. So Maryland does not have an easy job going forward.
Into round number 2 here in a moment. Obviously, we now move off of the Brawl map, right? We go into our second stage is going to be Garden. So yeah, Dive will make its appearance.
He's still able to stay on the Sojourn too, so that's definitely something Maryland has to be happy about here. Aggro being contested pretty hotly. Bubbles has to drop down for just a second. A little more damage coming in from Maryland on high, so Butler going to be forced to back up here. Payne trying to escape, but the Tesla Cane of Musai causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, being forced off the high ground early just means, you know, you're not able to deal damage, but you're also, and you don't have map control, and you know, it's easier for your opponent to deal damage to you. You take more damage in that front, so that's going to mean the first capture goes over pretty easily to Maryland.
Ooh, Musai though taking a lot of damage. Payne able to finish them off. A little too aggressive there from Maryland's side. So Butler now in the process of cleaning up the rest of the kills. They want to try and get these as quick as they can. Turtle going to lose out the Lucio duel, but still everything is coming up Butler at the moment. Oh, Lou comes back though. In fact, gets 2 picks before they are taken out. This is not over yet, as Musai is back now with the Winston. Payne forced to use their recall. Musai finishes them off in the end, and a phenomenal hold here from Maryland.
Such a good start for Butler too. Turtle boops Moose High as they're trying to get to the high ground with the jump, waylays them, and It allows Musai to be burnt down, but Maryland do a good job of staggering out their HP until the respawns come back in, even getting eliminations, and now a full reset. Maryland's still in control of the objective.
Well, those coming online for a lot of the players here, but Bubble's not going to be one of them as Lou finds them. Pulse Bomb sent out. Gonna be a whiff this time. Pulse there to finish off their doppelganger in Intrepid Cash. Point does flip over to Butler, but the fight going Maryland's way right now. And barring some heroics, that will be the case for this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a paltry 20%, if that, afforded to Butler. Maryland, I mean, Maryland's biggest issue there is they don't contest the objective, even as they, you know, control the HP pool. And I mean, now for Butler, the thing is, what do you spend, and how do you not overspend?
Right, they start things out with a very aggressive sound barrier. It's gonna force out the Kitsune Rush from Paul. Speep with the overclock as well. Bjorn going, Bjorn to be wild. Unfortunately, dead to be wild at the moment for Butler. Fight's still going on though. Butler hasn't given this up yet. They want to try and turn this around, and they're going to have to now. They have committed this as their final fight. Pumpkin does go down before they're able to use the sound barrier. Lou strikes back though. No supports left here for Butler or Maryland. It's all going to come down to who can do more damage here. Bubbles now trying to get something done with the Primal Rage, falling back to point now to contest it with the rest of their team. But two key players still alive here. Here comes the Blade, going to be shut down immediately though by Musai. Kizune rush now from Trep to see if they can hold on here. Advantage and now towards Butler as there's several of their members back on the point. Musai going down very low. Phil does eventually finish them off, and Trepid Cash does fall as well though, so now a little more heals online here for Butler, or for Maryland rather. They are still trying to make this happen. Nobody touches, and Maryland will take Oasis.
Butler go for the engage with the sound barrier, and unfortunately there's just no sustain at the end, so Maryland are able to recover in time and extend their lead via, you know, the resources. Pumpkin's so very conservative with those with that ultimate, with the sound barrier on the Lucio, and not mirroring is the sign of confidence in your team's survivability. It's a very risky play, but when it works, it puts you so far ahead of your opposition, and clearly the expectations that the team can survive the aggression that comes in, you know, when your opponent, when Turtle in this case uses a sound barrier, and a lot of credit has to be given for that dominance. So I'll take map number 1 as we move to Kings Row for hybrid next, and I mean, Butler needs to find a way to respond to that breakthrough, because I think this definitely has to favor the team currently in the lead.
Certainly. Again, just you know, even out the gates, right before we saw what transpired on Oasis. We know again, Musai wants to be playing this right, and Speep so far hasn't been forced off the Soldier. They've been finding a tremendous amount of value on it. So expecting more of the same coming out from them. So the impetus is on Butler to figure out how they want to respond here.
Yeah, and again, you know, something the teams that are at the top end of the standings that they do is they generate ultimates very quickly. Don't use them on that first fight, right? It's the second fight where they're sort of in the neutral game where they've already succeeded, they continue to succeed. And then when their opposition finally generates resources, right, often towards the end of the time bank, or in the case of Control at the end, like, you know, its percentage kind of ticks towards that 100% marker, that's when they'll mirror out, you know, ultimates in kind. And it's a tough place to be when your opponent is incredibly frugal, even as you're just struggling to build towards, you know, some of that utility. And I think for Butler here, it's about how can you force your opponent to spend in these fights equal to what you're spending, or even overspend. And that's going to be the critical information to kind of find if they want to try and equalize this series.
Really going to be a tough task for them, as our first sub map, right, when we went to university, a little bit closer fair than what we saw on Gardens. So Maryland looks to be adapting well, even though they were in the lead, even though they have shown to at least be the stronger team at the outset. Pain is on the Torbjorn here. I think maybe anticipating a Tracer coming out. We'll see what Speep swaps over to. Anticipating actually going over to the Bastion. So new look from them here, Lafon.
Keep in mind a Mei wall coupled with the Bastion often equals a dead target.
That is exactly what we see to begin things here. Point getting ready to be captured. One tick on the board already for Maryland as that Shield of Bubbles just forced them to have to drop back. Almost completely. Immortality Field used by Turtle as well. There's another Maze Wall to isolate a couple of targets. This time going to be Bjorn to be Wild who falls first. Bubbles shortly thereafter, and Maryland will take the first point.
Keep in mind, Maryland's composition with the Lucio here is straight up in the head-to-head Rhyme battle better. The extra healing that Intrepid Cash can run through between the sort of Kiriko and the Baptiste is not sufficient to simply avoiding damage by getting out with speed. And one of the things too, it's going to allow Musai to engage at will. And Bubbles simply will not be able to avoid those fights because, again, Lucio can just close the gap so quickly. So, I mean, the work is certainly cut out for the supports of the of Butler because they'll have to work overtime to heal through damage that they just simply cannot avoid.
Big amplification matrix coming out from Paul. That's just going to melt through the shield, through the HP pull of Bubbles. Musai's shield is down, but not going to matter too much. The wall is there for them to duck behind. Bjorn to be Wild once again with an exit pick, but again, a fight firmly in the hands of Maryland.
And again, another, I mean, cheap fight. Ant Matrix builds so quickly that using it is fairly inconsequential in terms of generating resources. And even as Butler attempts to recontest here, they'll have a ton of tools. They have to deal with the Blizzard. And aside from the Suzu, no real way to avoid this damage coming through.
And here it comes. Both the Suzu and the Blizzard are out. Bubbles taking a lot of damage. Immortality Field is there. Pain does get caught in it, but nobody's able to really turn around the corner to try do anything about it. Shatter will not land. High Noon try and zone things away, but a huge ultimate coming out from Speed will allow Maryland to capture Streets of Kings.
Butler tries to flip the tempo on its head, right? Rushing into the opening that I think they see after the Blizzard. Unfortunately, just groups them into a choke point where the Bastion ultimate simply cannot miss. I mean, now it's the third phase. The Ant Matrix entirely denied as Maryland just leaves. With 5 minutes, you're okay, you know, taking away 10 seconds and completely bankrupting Butler. And now Maryland, they'll be able to just, again, that Ant Matrix walk back in, configuration through, amount of damage that Maryland will be able to do, tremendous.
Exactly. Once again with the May wall, Bubbles just getting caught out. Musai now with a shatter as well for the next fight, and this is kind of exactly what we were hoping wouldn't happen, right? Butler overspending so many ultimates and not necessarily not even getting a fight win out of them this time. So Maryland just free to continue to push.
I mean, now the shatter here, essentially inevitable. Bubbles is going to have to really prevent, like, just keep this shield in check, which just opens up Speed and Lou to damage as much as they want. And then once the shield goes down, just walk past it and there's a free shatter.
Yeah, Bubbles is going to be the one who's knocked to the ground from that shatter. Immortality Field does keep everybody alive. It's going to be a brief backup from Maryland, but only for a moment as they just try to see how much more they can kind of bleed out from Butler here. Pain does have the Death Blossom, so that is the one win condition that Butler is kind of resting their hopes on, at least for the most part. Actually, a couple more coming in now. Speed, though, again with the ultimate. Here comes the Amplification Matrix. Trying to catch off another player. Again, it is a Moose High. This time they're going to be the one that falls. Blizzard coming in from blue to see if they can turn this back around. Just about everybody going to be caught in it early. The only one remaining, they're not going to be alive for too long. So a very healthy time bank for Maryland.
The power of the Blizzard when it lands is very scary. See, Butler not even able to use 2 of their big damage dealing resources there. And Maryland will complete all 3 points. 3 minutes on the time bank too. So, I mean, at this stage, Butler can't just... it's not just a case of having to complete the map. They have to do so with time remaining. frankly, Maryland felt like they were in control that entire time. And if anything, Maryland perhaps showing a little too much respect for what Butler had at the very end there. Pumpkin electing not to use the sound barrier for quite some time. So
yeah, unfortunate there for Butler. And again, I don't think we necessarily saw the changes we were hoping to come out from them. And Maryland really showed just a tremendous, what's the word I'm looking for? A tremendous understanding of this brawl composition and the way it works, right? Just the May wall with the Bastion over and over again. So little that Butler could do there.
well, we'll have to find a solution here. Perhaps an aerial threat on this defense or on this offensive side. No hit scan to be found for Maryland.
5, 4, 3,
I'm of course
1.
sort of putting comps that Butler should probably not be running. It's tough to make them work, but
yeah,
a lot of spam damage here on Butler's side.
It certainly is. I'll be curious to see if they don't take this point on the first push, if we do see swap over to something a little more aerial based. But right now, Immortality Field has been taken out. Lou going down very, very low. They will be able to get healed up. So kudos to the backline of Maryland for making that happen. They will have to give up one tick, though, to Butler for that. In fact, going to be 2. Wall does come out this time, not quite able to isolate Bubbles how they wanted to. So Lou overcommits just a little bit and gonna pay for it with their lives. They're gonna have to come back here and touch. No, Maryland decides to just give up the point. See if maybe they can kite away enough to be able to get something done.
Sweep dies at perhaps the most opportune place of all time, and the martyrdom gets 2 eliminations on the as people try and catch the straggling members of Maryland. Maryland also don't give up a fight or don't take the fight at all. They just kind of give up the objective rather toothlessly.
Yeah, that charge out from Moose High, it definitely took me by surprise, but it seems to have honestly been the right move. They knew that fight wasn't going to work. Big Amp Matrix Fire Strike comes in, removes pain from the equation. The rest of Butler backing up because they're not going to lose too terribly much time just to wait for their 5th member.
Immediately really a kiting from Butler though on their offense here. With the Lucio, it's easier to just get in quicker.
Getting in quicker is exactly what Bubbles is doing right now. Shatter gonna land though. Just pause for them for a moment. Moosai goes low, but Bubbles a little bit lower. Those teams kind of disengaging for the moment, but Butler gets a little bit of card progress for it. Moosai eating a lot of damage as they threw out that fire strike. Vitality Field is out, but Speed able to wait long enough before using that tire to make sure it is not there to keep anyone alive. Bubbles does find an exit pick. Actually going ahead and committing the annihilation as well. Gets a couple for it, but Maryland holds strong.
It's a play that actually almost works, but for Butler, the problem is that one player dies literally right as the annihilation is activated, and maybe if that player had been able to stay alive, it would have traded back a little bit more evenly. Unfortunately, Maryland keep themselves up. Speep's gonna get off the Junkrat now over to a hit scan. So Bjorn Wild, mid-range is your friend. I don't think Speep wants to play there.
No, I'm sure they do not. You don't want to play there. You don't want to play in a blizzard either. Lou throws it out, but Butler is able to kite away from it. Nobody getting caught, so that frees them up to move pretty aggressively here and continue to push the part forward. They're making really good time as well.
Nice couple of shots there from Bjorn Wild. Actually, that's going to be the checkpoint just earned. I don't think there's anyone who can really contest. All right, actually, Moosehide goes over to the Wrecking Ball, so he'll get there.
Yeah, Pumpkin gonna go ahead and use the sound barrier too to try and bleed off more time on the clock. Pain spawns with a Riptire as those shields are going down. Speep finds himself off the map. Riptire does land, just a couple meters left to go here, but this point firmly in the hands of Butler. Oh, big Immortality Field though. And the Amp Matrix, they're going to try and keep them alive. Pumpkin does find a pick as well onto Pain. So Maryland not letting go of this by any stretch of the imagination. Gonna back off just a little bit here, but it's still being contested by Musai on the wrecking ball. Nobody has really turned their attention to him just yet from Butler, so they've got a tremendous amount of shields, and because they sustained so long, the rest of the team gets back and holds.
I think that was an instance of Butler perhaps trying to force the objective. They maybe went a little too far forward, and Pumpkin able to duel out the hit scan. Takes them down, and you know when the backline is able to take the DPS away, just buys so much more space, and the whole time that meant that they weren't dealing with the tank, so the capture point didn't come through. Also, Speed makes some changes.
And that is absolutely massive. Musai coming in with the minefield. I mean, they built that in one fight. Lapon.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the arming time there for the minefield just tragically is a little too fast, so the roll through comes in now. I mean, a minute 30, but once looked like a really good time bank for Butler, sort of disappeared. Also, Maryland gonna make some switches before Butler returns to the fight. This should still be an opportunity for Butler, though, right? I mean, you kind of have to expect the Kitsune Rush and the Annihilation, at the very least, to be committed here.
And very quickly as well. Now that, especially now that Bubble Shield has gone down, I think ideally, yep, they're going to want to go into the Nemesis form, get as much shields and as much extra health as they can out of that. Immortality Field pulled out as well, so as soon as that's down, yep, we do see the Annihilation used by Bubbles. Amplification Matrix from Paul and the Sound Barrier from Maryland to keep everyone alive. Blizzard shutting things down as well. So Maryland able to sustain through all of that incoming damage with some great utilization of their ults.
Yeah, it just took a little too long to get the Kitsune Rush and the Annihilation in play, and then once that happened, Maryland, who were close to resource at the start of the fight, get those resources. And Lou has made this Blizzard look game-winning fight after fight. And I mean, now, Butler, 24 seconds. No matter what happens, the likelihood of them, even if they were to have sort of miracle fights here, they're not going to have time remaining, even if they capture all three objectives. That is not a foregone conclusion. Keep in mind, Shatter here from Musai, right at the ready.
It's going to be a rotation around the back from Bubbles, but the Shatter does lay them down. The 3 drop immediately. Maryland will make it 2-0 at Kings Row.
That Shatter, I mean, it was game-winning. It just stuns the Sound Barrier. It denies the other ultimate that Butler had available. And hey, now we are sitting at match point with Maryland 1 map away from taking this 3-0.
Once again, before we get there, we are going to go to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. Once again, Dorado will be our next destination. Map 3 on its way. University of Maryland up 2-0 at the moment over Butler University. Juggle Guide here once again alongside LaFawn, and Maryland just looked absolutely dominant on Kings Row the last showing.
Yeah, I mean, clearly showcasing the strength of their composition. I think understanding the fight rotations very well, which isn't something we get say, for certain every time when teams play this brawl style. So Maryland, a team that kind of plays around that to great effect. And I think the problem is it's predictable what they're going to do in terms of the fight setup. Just because you can predict something does not mean you can counter it. And I think that's where the struggle lay for Butler University in that last map, right? Obviously, you know the Maywall is going to come through. You know there's going to be a transformation on the Bastion, and you know you're going to take a ton of damage. But knowing it's going to happen is a sight different than stopping it. And tragically, they weren't able to do so on map number 2. We move, of course, to Dorado for map 3, as you highlighted, and it's going to be a little bit different now because you don't have as much low ground to work with. So I doubt we see that the Reinhardt composition rather be exclusively run here. Nonetheless, the win conditions don't necessarily get more obscure. The counters to them still haven't gotten any easier, though.
That's true, and even while you are potentially pulling moves high off the Reinhardt, they are a very versatile tank player. So I don't think this is necessarily going to just by that make this easy, done and dusted, whatever for Butler. They're still going to have to, I think, adapt their play style, right? They're going to have to make sure again that they're not overspending ultimates, things like that. These are improvements I think that they need to make regardless of the composition that we're going to see if they hope to take a map away from Maryland here on Dorado.
Maryland looking to make a substitute here, I believe. Multiple substitutes, actually.
Yeah.
Novazor, Tony, and in. And I believe Paul, actually, as well.
I think Paul, too. I think you're right. Yeah.
As a substitute. Paul did play earlier in the round. If I remember correctly, Paul was on map number 1, substitute for map number 2, and then comes back in here. Nonetheless, Tony and Novas are the bigger highlights here as they're coming in for the first time.
3, 2, 1.
We're again seeing the Doomfist come out too, which is definitely an interesting look. It could certainly work, but it's definitely not the first pick, I think, on everybody's mind. It's just going in to gather a little bit of information, but Speed getting dove hard in the back line. Bubbles, their sights set firmly on that Widowmaker, but having a little bit of a tough time disengaging. So Maryland's going to have an opportunity now to get the card forward a little bit. And we also see the swap from Speed.
A Widow into a Wrecking Ball is very tough, and couple that with a Genji Tracer, the likelihood of you just getting exploded is quite high. Paul finds that out the hard way.
That they do. It's going to be a trade, though, as Bjorn does go down. Things actually going in Maryland's favor. Novazor goes down very low, but they're able to kite back to their team. Now Tony at the head of the charge here for Maryland.
Pumpkin does so much damage there on the Ana and then gets the Mega Health Pack that it buys time for Speed to show up on the flank and take down the Wrecking Ball. So, I mean, Maryland now are going to be able to just walk to the choke point here and hold out Butler as they attempt to recontest.
Running the Brig Zen now as well for Butler, which is a very tough composition to run. It's incredibly effective if you can pull it off right. So I think that's going to be the big question here is, can Butler execute on this composition? At the moment with Turtle going down, that's a big part of it gone. Speed actually finding 3 picks. Going to use the reload, the Deadeye reload in order to continue their trouncing.
That was just a really nice play by Speed. I think even getting the pocket there, or getting the healing throughput from their team, and then just hitting your shots on Cassidy, right? Tony doing a little 2-step to dodge the bullets here from Speed.
Tony actually taking a bit of damage, forced to back away. In the meantime, though, Turtle has found Paul. So definitely an opportunity here for Butler to capitalize on. Bjorn Be Wild wastes no time doing that. Novazor forced out on their utility left, so there's going to be a quick regroup here from Maryland.
And Tony gets displaced by the Orisa with the Javelin, which has been a switch that Bubbles has now made.
And definitely going to give them a lot more staying power on point. As well with this high ground position, it's going to make it difficult for Tony and the rest of the squad to really kind of get value up here. Going to be a Nano Blade now from Novazor, able to get one, but because of all the CC, that will be all they find. Bubbles eventually able to get that final blow. Tony now looking for value. Pain chased away. Speed does find a blow there as well. Now it's still in a decent position, but Bubbles going down very low, and Biotic Grenade does keep them alive. In fact, they're even going to invest the Nano. Not necessarily to great effect, as now Speed is in a very difficult position. Push back out towards Butler's team, so great heads up positioning play right there. But Paul eventually going to be able to get the finishing blow onto Bubbles, and now with the Transcendence coming out, Maryland has successfully turned this fight around.
Maryland invest in that fight. I mean, when they recognize that Butler is willing to kind of meet them with those kind of mirror responses, it unleashes them to spend to move forward, right? Because they're no longer getting, it's no longer just an overcommit. It's just a straight up investment. And Butler, they're gonna give him a ton of ground as a result.
A rally going to be used now by Butler to push out of this high ground, taking it away completely from Maryland. Big pick onto Pumpkin that allows Bjorn to be Wild to feel free to use that to use the Deadeye. So once again, we're going to see Maryland kite back pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was a bit of an expensive fight though for Butler. Hey, right? That's the rally. And I mean, rally and the Nano Boost are the ones you're kind of looking at most in that situation. Also, critically, this Terror Surge is somewhat, replaceable because of all the mobility that Maryland has.
And it's going to be difficult to dive all the way into the back line to try and find a Zen with it or something like that. So I'm anticipating that happening. Big pick early on. Chaotic Grenade lands as well. Paul finishing things up. Here comes the Terror Surge from Bubbles. Not going to be able to get anything for it. Now Brig being pummeled in the backline by Tony. They're going to use the Biotic Grenade to try and keep them alive and dissuade Tony from doing it, but he just uses his get out of jail free card. Now able to push forward once again. Everybody on Butler just backing up and regrouping for third.
Time was stolen away though by Butler here. As it was taken down to 1.5 minutes, so it'll be doubled into the third stage.
Ooh.
No one can hide.
Big
Nice
shots
little
coming
shield
out
there from Intrepid Cash, actually, to deny that headshot from the Widow.
And I think they were aware of it after that pick on a Bjorn. Making sure to keep their head out of the way. Novazor here with a blade. Now they're going to be committed onto Pain to see if they can turn things around. Not going to be enough to get the job done, though. Novazor does eventually fall, but Maryland's still in the driver's seat here, just now getting Bubbles back out. And as soon as they turn that corner, they're chugged down to next to nothing.
I mean, Novazor getting the double kill on that blade is actually pretty big because it denies, as you said, the Nano Boost's value. And even as they're taken out, it doesn't matter because their team still holds so much space on the map. Look at a very long rotation that Bjorn to be Wild has to take just to try and dislodge this Widowmaker. And all this attention is attention that is not being spent on the front line.
Exactly. They don't even get the pick onto Speep, so kudos for them for being able to just stay up there. Bjorn does eventually go back and find that pick. Novazor now dives in to see if they can get something else on the back of the pick onto Bjorn. Turtle is sleeping, so they're going to be picked off quickly by Tony, even despite those extra shields coming in from their rally from a Intrepid Cast. Bubbles once again using the Terror Surge, chunks everybody down pretty low, gets one pick onto Novazor. Here comes the Transcendence, though, from Paul to keep them alive. Pumpkin back in it now. Zora nowhere to be found. A big sleep as well onto Bjorn. Pin going down low. Pumpkin taken out too. Bubbles does fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade here.
All this time though, Tony's taking so much space up front that it's just Butler in their spawn. They can't really leave here, and now the heart's like at the final moments.
Deadeye comes out from Bjorn to be a Wild. Not going to find anything this time. Pain's still holding on to the overclock. They're getting hit. They're getting pummeled. Beautiful shot onto Speed. Make it 2 a second onto Paul. if they are able to hold here, it's going to be on the back of Pain, but they are down. Now Bubbles on through the Wrecking Ball. See if they can sustain here. Novazor forced to back up.
I mean, the Nano's coming into play here. Gonna try and farm Novazor up to a Blade. This is gonna be a final push with Maryland going for that damage throughput. Last 30 seconds of the map, though.
Yeah, Intrepid definitely needs to get this rally online, but it is quite a ways away. Novazor being poked. Here comes the Nano. That's going to be the Blade 2 immediately. Crucially, Intrepid is not going to have enough time to get that rally up and going. So the Nano Boost committed to Bubbles. Going to eat a Biotic Grenade as well. And with that Discord Orb on them too, they do not last long. Last moment attempt here to contest. I don't... we do get one touch in that of Pain. Here comes Intrepid now with a rally. I don't think it's going to be enough though to really keep them alive. They have survived longer than I was expecting. Again, that Discord Orb just doing a tremendous amount of work here from Paul, allowing Maryland to focus everybody down, get the kills. Now it's just the Wrecking Ball sustaining on point. Pain tries to dash in but will not, and Maryland finishes an OT.
Still, Butler able to get the overtime timer, right? So they do wither away the time bank of Maryland. And now an opportunity exists, right? This is not unwinnable here for Butler University. Very much doable for them as they were able to consistently stymie Maryland's attack runs, and realistically it was only an ult dump that allowed Maryland to puncture the defenses of their opponents. So really a strong offense is all Butler needs to at least give themselves an opportunity to come back in this series.
And it has to be now too. They are down 2-0. So nothing short of full completing this map is going to keep them in this series. But we saw a lot of good stuff coming out there from Butler. I love the Wrecking Ball swap at the end as well. Just that extra sustain, that extra time on point, really pushing Maryland into overtime was fantastic.
I like this. I like this hover from Butler in terms of the Echo Mercy. Turtle, though, man, this is such a risky play for Turtle. If you stick with it, right, there's just not a lot of peel for the Zen, and being forced to kind of anchor that backline for Discord Orb and damage is gonna be a tough thing to do for sure.
Especially with Speep on the Widow and Zen having such a big head, Novazor and Tony diving them. I mean, they seem to get forced off of the Zen pretty early on, going instead over to the Ana, which I think got them a lot more value in the end. They just needed that extra bit of survivability. And speaking of survivability, that was definitely what Bubbles needed right there. They're just gonna wait for the respawn.
I'm surprised you're running a Winston here with this backline. Winston very squishy when you don't really have a healer with you, and there's no one on Butler that can provide the burst healing to kind of run through a Winston. You normally expect to see a Wrecking Ball here, maybe even Doomfist. Yeah, Bubbles are just dead again, by the way. Like, even though like, they're out of the fight while this is happening.
Exactly. So that means Speep isn't taking any pressure. They're just available to kind of free fire, find the value they want. But Paul does go down. Rez is going to come in. But again, Turtle, like you said, it's just going to be so hard for them to try and stay alive. And the Rez isn't there to bring them back now. Going to see Tony back up to the high ground. But in the meantime, Bubbles pressuring down. Novazor beyond to be wild. Does he eventually finish them off as well? So Butler has a good start here. And honestly, we're just, at this point, getting a lot of staggers coming in from Maryland.
Speep at range takes down both DPS, and the Rez isn't going to be there.
Wow.
This just undoes all that progress that Butler was trying to do.
Rez does come back online just in time to pick them back up. So big nano boost coming in. Turtle, no hope for them to stay alive in that situation. Novazor continuing with the pressure on. Biotic Grenade forcing Bubbles back in again with that Discord Orb on them. Just no way for them to stay alive.
No one can hide from my sight.
Keep in mind, this has been mostly the neutral game for Maryland. Sure, the nano boost was committed, but it's been tough. Yeah, Bubbles will now make a switch over to Wrecking Ball. Definitely takes a lot of the pressure off of the backline here. You're not worried about the tank nearly as much as a Winston, but does it solve the problems that Butler are running into? Do you have More damage now. With Pain gone. No, not like this.
Not like this, indeed. They're gonna use the Valk as well. Is unfortunate for them moving into the next fight. Pain is going to make the swap onto Tracer now as well.
So now we're down to the last 123 of the map, and no closer to this first checkpoint. Our Butler.
And Speed has just been so free to kind of do what they want. Even with Bubbles swapping over to the Wrecking Ball, it didn't seem like a lot of pressure was put onto them either. But some of that pressure coming in now to the back line. Ooh. Big biotic grenade, though, and Bubbles with just no real good disengage options. Just eats all that damage. So, I mean, once again, Butler has to reset.
Yeah, it's a punch to stun you out of your grapple. The Discord Orb for the damage throughput. I mean, if asleep, even if that doesn't come through. And the anti-nates, you can't be healed. It's just... It's a no-win situation for the tank here. There's not really much you can do. And that's a Transcendence forced for nothing. Now Novazor entirely free to blade.
And here it comes right off the back of that Transcendence, falling down. 20 seconds left to go here. This was Butler's last great opportunity to make something happen here. It's going to have to be a quick regroup. Bubbles is going to have to be responsible for touching here.
Small blessings is that the Transcendence was used despite Paul not really being in that much danger. So Bjorn to be Wild should have something. A window.
Discord Orb is on them, so they take a lot of damage, but they are able to get 3 kills. Tony strikes back with a pair, though, so there's only a 1-player advantage here for Butler. Bubbles is about to get this minefield online, so they may have to use it just to ensure that they cap this point and see second.
Bubbles putting the mines at the choke would be a big way to kind of close this one out. Tony gets back in. This is...
Ooh, okay. They do get the kill. Yeah,
that was so scary.
Late mines, but yeah.
Yeah, that was so scary. If those mines were even a second later, this would be a very, very different conversation. This, of course, is not a win for Butler, merely a state of execution in this map.
I think the Wrecking Ball pick definitely playing out well here for Butler. Speed going down too with the sights. Means that Butler doesn't have to worry about it as they kind of round this first corner here in the second phase.
Novazor play with fire a little bit. Ash's safety.
And both tanks going in pretty hard, but nice sleep dart. Gonna stop Bubbles in their track. And in the meantime, a couple picks coming in for Maryland. Nano Boost is committed to Tony as well. So the cleanup will be swift and it will be severe.
And all it cost was Paul's life, so that's not really much of a trade there. Especially as it's quickly avenged. Bjorn to be Wild is taken out very late. And the supports can't even walk out of spawn without having to be very, very careful.
Ooh. Misstep from Tony, it happens with all the dive tanks from time to time. Now with the high ground under the control of Butler, they should be able to stage a pretty decent dive here. Keep going down too means, again, just so much pressure has been relieved and going to allow Butler to push forward. But with a pick onto Turtle, things aren't necessarily guaranteed to be good here. And now Paul coming up with one onto Bubbles as well. That is your main initiation tool gone for Butler. So Maryland going to take advantage of this as quick as they can, settling things with a blade from Novazor.
Novazor getting a couple of 360s in with that blade, those blade slashes, just trying to get coverage of the area. And yeah, down to the last 20 seconds here. This time around, I do not believe the blade is going to be free from Bjorn to be Wild. Paul keeping that Transcendence running, or available at the very least.
A lot of pressure being put onto Paul, though. Yeah, Bubbles is able to get it out. It will cost them quite a bit of their health, though. Speed, in the meantime, has found a pick. Beyond to be Wild, that's going to be their first target, but they're taken out before the blade comes online. Kitsune Rush is here from Butler. We have reached OT, but everything at the moment coming up Maryland until Bane able to actually turn it around. And Pumpkin not to be found either. Just one player left trying to contest things on cart for Maryland. Novazor trying to get back into the fight, or rather Speed with the Hanzo. Taking a lot of damage, forced to back away just a little bit. Paul is back into the fight. onto that high ground, but being primaled away as well. That Discord Orb not going to get quite as much done as they would have hoped. Now Tony diving back in, does find Turtle. That's big. The blade coming out now from Bjorn to be wild, forced to use it just to insert themselves an opportunity to see third.
Yeah, a minute and a half now. Added once more. Oh, what a fadeaway by Speed
Wow.
there. That is a tough shot to make under pressure. And they'll take one more out, so Butler don't get to stage their Tracer on the poke for, you know, to kind of try and deny Paul any forward pressure. That's a Suzu force because they have to keep the Hanzo alive. They can't risk Novazor coming in for the elimination on that slept target.
Oh, massive sleep onto a nano boosted Tony from a trap. They're able to commit their own nano over the bubble, but in the meantime, Speep still managing to get work done here for Maryland. 45 seconds left to go, and Maryland with a bit of an advantage. Bubbles taking a lot of poke as well, and that Discord Orb still being a thorn in their side.
Speep has, I mean, put some pretty crazy shots down off the climb up here on the Hanzo.
Ooh. The pick onto Intrepid Cash as well. Butler, I think he needed to disengage there. Maryland calling them a bit on their greediness, on their over-aggression. It's going to be a tough final fight.
I mean, Maryland, they have the bag. Now they just need not to fumble it. Transcendence and Blade. You don't really see a pathway in for Butler here on what is likely to be the final fight.
Here comes the blade now from Novazor. Bubbles had to use their jump to get in just to touch the point to keep it alive. 2 picks already. This will be Maryland coming away with a victory here on Dorado, securing themselves a 3-0 and continuing to post a perfect record here in the Day Star League.
Tremendous stuff. Butler, they had some meaningful engagements. They had some meaningful fights, and they definitely had a never say die attitude. But at the end, it was Maryland who comes out on top with the 3-0, the shutout in map score, and continue their flawless record over league play in the regular season. So a lot of credit to University of Maryland as they'll go 1-2-3 to shut out their opponent.
We're going to throw to a short break once again. Right after that, an interview and then game number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back. We have Paul, the Zenyatta player, at least from Dorado, joining us for the interview here tonight. So first off, congratulations to you, Paul, and I love the onesie. That is S tier right there. Thank you for doing this for us.
Honestly, I don't think I could have won without the onesie.
You know what? Yeah, it's like, well, they got like weird rituals and things in baseball, right? Let's make it esports as well. I'm here for it. So to start things off, Paul, just wanted to ask you, what was your experience tonight playing Zenyatta as frequently as we did, and just having to survive, right? All of these kind of relentless dives, especially when it came to Dorado.
Well, I'm very glad that the meta has shifted back to Zen. I very much like playing Zen, and I think he's a good character right now. However, my team kind of left me out to dry a couple times, which makes it a little bit more difficult for me. I'm not blaming them, but I'm sort of blaming them.
Out of Kiriko JLA, and now onto the Zen situation here. Let's we've talked to a couple teams in the last couple weeks about the meta coming in. Teams are trending towards dive more overall in general. For Maryland though, right? Coming into this, what do you sort of highlight your team's strengths as, especially with the shift over to more Winston-based compositions, more dive styles in most recent weeks?
So we see the meta shifting not exactly towards a Winston or Ball dive sort of meta. We see it shifting towards a like a poke meta with Diva and Ball, where you play a little slower, you play it a little farther back, and you give your DPS and your Zen opportunities to really hit those shots and be able to find the openings for the rest of the team to go in. We found out in scrims that we're okay at rush and we're okay at dive, but that sort of pokey style is what really works best for us.
So getting closer to your team's strengths moving forward, at least at this time. Now, for considering that it seems to be highlighting a shift that sort of favors you here in the next upcoming weeks and so forth, do you expect Maryland to kind of trend upwards here? Your performance obviously flawless to this state in terms of games. Do you see Maryland though improving even further to perhaps even shutting teams out fully map by map?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We honestly started playing the Zen Diva stuff. I think it was yesterday. That was our first time playing it. We were trying to force the monkey dive, and it wasn't working too well with us. We thought that this current patch was going to be basically the same as the last one, but we were wrong, and we had a couple scrims where we struggled against some odd comps like the Ana Zen and that sort of thing. But we're picking it up and we're practicing with it, so we're only going to get better from here.
Well, looking forward to seeing just that from you, Paul. Before we let you go, any shout outs you'd like to give to friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like?
Yeah, shout out to my team. They played really well, except for Dorado. They got to pocket me a little bit more often and keep me up. But the first two maps was really good from them. Shout out to the rest of the organization, that sort of thing. Shout out to my mom, my dad, my girlfriend's cat, especially. And our manager, he doesn't get enough credit.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us here for the interview, Paul. And once again, good luck to you through the rest of the season.
Thank you.
We are halfway through the evening now. Lafon game number 3 will be up and coming very shortly. Will be K-State taking on RIT. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. It is game number 3, Kansas State going up against RIT. RIT sporting a 5-1 record at the moment. Oh, and looks like we might actually a little discontinuity in who we are seeing. It might actually be a Kansas State. I'm gonna double check with Prod to make sure it's that instead of K-State. But let's take a minute to talk about RIT, because this is a team that I think plays in a very opportunistic way, Lafon. It's going to be a little bit slower with a lot of burst of speed, and they do, again, like this wrecking ball-based composition.
Yeah, I mean, we've been, we've gotten interviews with a couple of the teams now, and I think we're starting to see that there is perhaps not full agreement with what is coming forward in the next couple of weeks, right? So certainly a case of expressing identity and strengths in some of these conversations. And yeah, this gives rise to the opportunity that there is very much elements of multiple looks coming into this next one. So I think in terms of expectations, there should be some element of that up-tempo keep, right? That's been sort of the consistent through line over the last couple of weeks, even as compositions have perhaps shifted. The style at which, or rather the pace of play to which successful teams have won hasn't changed, right? It's still very much the faster you can take fights, the faster you can continue to sort of snowball your potential and sort of, maintain kinetic energy through your push through the map, the more successful you're likely to be. And so even if compositions perhaps are changing, the styles have really showcased themselves here.
And that could be a thought in RIT side, just considering that they do like to play a little bit slower. So K-State, certainly the impetus on them to I think take the tempo here. Now, speaking about them, they're a team that has struggled to kind of settle on one comp or something that they really like putting forward. But recently, at least, the ball tracer comp has come kind of the forefront. And another thing we need to highlight is a new addition to the team, and that's going to be Glow C on the DPS this week as we head to Lijiang Tower.
We're doing so good too.
I know, right? It's so close. We made it halfway through. Before we saw it, but here it is, nonetheless.
Lijiang Tower will be, for those of you just tuning in for the first time, Lijiang Tower has something like a little bit lower today because of the 2 selections of Oasis, but it has something like a 95% pick rate or something like that. Might even be higher than that, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's certainly here, at least with Nace in the spring. It's been almost omnipresent. And Kings Row, obviously following afterwards more times than not. Now, Lijiang Tower, definitely a playground for Wrecking Ball, right? Kind of historically been one of the strongest maps that we see them on, but at least at the outset, nobody hovering over that in spawn just yet.
We'd be remiss in not noting that at 5-1, I mean, that's a scoreline that over the season is pretty big.
4, 3,
Actually, I'm trying to remember. We saw RIT
round 1.
placed relatively recently.
We did. I think that might have been on a different stream, but RIT wasting no time, taking firm control of this high ground. In fact, Blue Jay charges in a little too aggressively. Immortality Field not going to be there to save them, so K-State with an opportunity now to take this point for their own. That's going to be swiftly done by them, pushing back the remaining members of RIT as Essel goes down 2.
I see we are in for some Ryans who have made sure to bind their shift key. I mean, that was a Reinhardt charging into the thick of the enemy team and quickly being punished for it.
Yeah, Blue Jay definitely playing a little bit slower here. Recognizing, I think, their mistake. Glosy takes a lot of damage on that high ground. Chakaman recognizing this, going to throw a turret to get them in the end. Still, Blue Jay having a hard time staying alive, but the rest of the team is there to get the kills that they were able to open up by taking so much space.
I think the most impressive thing is how quickly Blue Jay has died now, right? Not even giving their supports an opportunity to keep them alive. Still, the rest of the team is there for the cleanup. So.
Yeah.
We'll have to go back to the drawing board. North, so close to that Earth Shatter. Still has to be very careful not to fall over. 'em. over. 'Em. 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 'Em.
A big amplification matrix too to kind of zone away RIT. The point doesn't flip over. They do a great job of touching, but in the meantime, Liam is going to fall. Wall comes out as well. Here's a Riptire. Does find Fathom, but North able to pick up a pair of kills in the meantime. Now the Deadeye zoning everybody back, but still that wall is in the way, so they're able to stay on point. Point does flip over to K-State.
That is, I mean, under pressure, Kansas State, they're just swinging. Even as RT uses the Riptire, gets the Lucio on top of it all. I mean, North clutches that one up, right? A big shadow that kind of shuts teams down. Blue Jay has an opportunity here to be the hero.
There's a Riptire now from Glossy. The Shadow will land. Deadeye coming in from K-State to finish everything off too. So great rotation of the ultimates coming out from K-State. There will be an exit pick, but small consolation.
It's also one of the fastest moving character. Well, I mean, with how these Reinhardts play, maybe the second fastest moving character on this roster. So Fathom will be back fairly shortly. I mean, the Reinhardts need to be able to kind of stay alive. North has just been doing a better job of it.
Gonna be a sound barrier now committed in the face of the amplification matrix by the Arbiter. Glossy able to get a pick onto their doppelganger, this time also falling. Sound barrier gonna be able to save Fathom, and a huge immortality field as well from Arbiter to keep things alive for K-State. Point will flip over to RIT, but this fight isn't over yet. RIT has come back in a big way though, both Fathom and Glossy down. Trying to turn it back over is K-State. Here's an amplification matrix as well. Blue Jay taking a lot of presence, taking a lot of space to push them back and get a little bit more on the board.
Absolute chaos here from this brawl that's just sort of going on the objective. Tragically for Kansas State, they're not able to confirm their advantage with their sound barrier, right? Even though Fathom has a much later one, Liam gets the matrix down after it expires, and the damage throughput is enough. Now keep an eye on Blue Jay. And North as well, setting up for that Earth Shatter counter to each other. North will not get theirs down. This
no,
just delays us to final fight.
Yeah, huge plays coming up from RIT, and they did it dry too. So they're going to be able to hold on to everything for this final fight.
That means they'll be able to hold the choke point with a Shatter. And I mean, for North, this is not an easy situation because you have to worry about the photon barrier against York to block out your Shatter here. It doesn't really get easier for Kansas State.
Ooh, Essel throws out the pulse bomb, not going to land this time. Glossy now responding with a Riptire. There's nothing outside of the immortality field to keep him alive. It is going to be a whiff, but Blue Jay goes down. That's a big opening now for K-State. This is their opportunity to turn this back around in their favor, but North is taking a lot of damage as well. It's going to be blow for blow here on the sides. 3 players remaining for each squad. Arbiter has an amplification matrix up. If Liam Helium can stay alive long enough, they're going to be able to use one of their own. It's just Essel right now ducking and dodging on point. Blue Jay is back. The Shatter goes in. It lays down too. They both eat the dust right after that. Now with the amplification matrix up as well, RIT will come back to take this point.
An all-out brawl here for round number 1. I mean, just big swings by both teams. In the end, RIT just a little bit more economical. And I mean, the one thing to kind of highlight too is Essel on the Tracer, a menace in the backline, right? Just consistently being a nuisance, a threat, and drawing attention from the front line means it's not a front-to-back battle, right? It's not a head-to-head. And with that attention being kind of drawn away, turning away, that's just that much less pressure that's being put onto Blue Jay. Whereas North, has the full brunt of the opposing team looking at them, and I mean, it makes a difference. It makes a big difference. So even though Essel perhaps not as frag heavy as sometimes we see Tracers be, very much an effective part of that first round.
Already loaded into Gardens. First dive going to be on the menu this time around. Blue Jay going very low too. A lot of different compositional picks here, and neither team really similar to the other. It's Papa going to be the first to fall here. Gonna be a big punch from Blue Jay as well. Point has now activated, and as that is happening, RIT finds the final blows they need to secure this first fight win.
being able to sustain long enough, being able to survive long enough to let Essel get into the courtyard and really start raining damage down is a key part of this composition. Keep in mind, Kansas State, they need to win the fight quickly. They cannot allow the Pharah to get situated and start hitting directs when they're in close quarters because of how much just spare damage it costs, right? Like it's just way more pressure than you can really handle. Now, wholesale changes from Kansas State. North goes over to Diva, damage mitigation with Matrix. You also get the capacity with a Mercy in the back pocket. That's not a guaranteed fight win. I mean, the Mercy's just dead.
Wow, yeah, the defense matrix does eventually come in, but damage is already done. We will get a res as well onto Essel, so still players moving to point. Pulse Bomb will be eaten by North. They do find Liam Helium in the process as well. I like the Diva pick here, but it's not quite enough to get the job done this time around.
Good focus fire on the backline there. No one shoots the DPS, but it's too little too late. Even though Actual doesn't get any healing from that the vampiric setup that Mercy now has. And RIT, I mean, now well on the way to taking this round away.
They look very, very comfortable on this dive composition. Well, he does have a pulse bomb ready to go. Also have a few ultimates in the bank. There's several win conditions on the board here for K-State, but Liam taking matters into their own hands. It's going to be both support ultimates out now for RIT. Damage going in. North forced to use their remech. Ooh, Essel not getting pressured back from the fight pretty far. This is an opportunity for K-State to get something done here. It's Papa holding on to the Deadeye as well so long so that the res can come in as well. The point has flipped over to K-State too.
There we see actually one of the markers of the damage mitigation that Cassidy gets in both the Deadeye and the dodge roll. Able to survive a pulse bomb from there. Thrown out at will by Choco Man. Doesn't actually get any elimination, so that'll push the play or push the objective in Kansas State's favor. Not for long though. Again, Fathom caught out. No healing to be found.
Yeah, with 92% on the board, Kansas State cannot afford to lose here. So North able to strike back pretty quickly. Gets two down. The res will come out onto Blue Jay, though, so they're going to start to flip the point back in their favor. The test is in now from Kansas State. Blue Jay chasing down the Arbiter just as hard as they can. North, in the meantime, nets a couple of kills, so this push has been put on hold from RIT.
Yeah, the focus fire from RIT is simply not there. They're just not on the same target at any point in time, and allows Kansas State to weather that just early flurry before sort of turning on a counterattack. Ooh. Close concussion grade there, but I believe it's denied. Actually, RIT kind of running out of time. This is sort of an important fight for them.
And they are going to do a great job securing it for themselves. Point is being captured. Adam having a hard time getting to point two. Self-destruct, not going to get anything this time around. Fathom finally picked out of the air. North chasing down members, but going to be demeched very quickly, very expeditiously. Nobody going to be able to touch. Tracer might get a toe on board for a last moment contest, but RIT will take Lijiang Tower out from under Kansas State.
And a good start for RIT indeed. And Kansas State just trying to brawl their way to keeping it even. Certainly an entertaining first map, at least in terms of that sort of head bashing that we saw in round number one. RIT a little bit more dynamic on round number two, give themselves a response, right? They even though I think if you kind of look at what Kansas State brought on that second round, being able to kind of recover from the swings they took, from the punches they took, were RIT to give themselves that 2-0 on map number one. And clearly a level of flexibility in terms of the approach, even if their composition stayed fairly standard or fairly the same all the way through that map. Definitely stylistically changing up a little bit, and Kansas State just couldn't reply in time.
They made it close though, and as we move into our hybrid map, we'll have the pick in here relatively soon. Kansas State certainly not out of this, right? They went to toe-to-toe a lot of the time with RIT. We will, of course, be going to Kings Row. So that is 3 for 3 on the evening for our hybrid map. So an opportunity for us to see something a little bit different from both of these squads. Possibly actually more like what we saw on Control Center.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we return to a brawl of some element here on Kings Row. I mean, if anything, that brawl definitely was certainly impactful. The Reinhardt's really the tank players really giving their all, by the lightest way to be said. And now the question comes in: how do you deny? For Kings Row, the one difference between it and Control Center is that the engagement spacing is just a little bit bigger, right? There's a little bit more space to kind of work through. It gives an opportunity for the supports, I think, to find value here, because keep in mind, on that first map on Control Center, oftentimes the Reinhardts would just explode, right? And then it would be left to the DPS to kind of clear up the rest of the fight. Here, there is a little bit more room to kind of save your tank. So do the supports find that time to space out their healing and keep their tank alive? And if they can, there is very much a real case for Kansas State to take this map away.
Certainly, especially considering that we're likely not going to see... Well, Essel is hovering over the Pharah at the moment, but Junkrat, I think, was a big part of the reason that we saw these tanks just, exploding, just detonating almost immediately as they engage. So Kansas State's still going to have to worry about that from RIT if Essel stays on the Pharah here, but it's going to be a different way that this looks.
Hold on.
A lot of last moment changes coming out here from RIT.
Yeah.
Liam Helium playing musical chairs with the heroes. Will be Brawl coming out.
Yeah, near mirror actually. Taco Man gonna stay over on the Sojourn though.
Blue Jay showing some uncharacteristic restraint at the moment, letting their team kind of get into a position. Chaka Man now has a good angle. Big wall coming out as well from Essel. Blue Jay does find North this time around, so that is the point. Cracked wide open for RIT as long as they're able to continue to get these picks, play it smart, and not over-aggress, which is exactly what they do.
I mean, very simple fight from RIT. Truthfully, Kansas State has the same idea as RIT. RIT just executes first. And yeah, they're gonna get North post haste.
Close?
Are they?
Wow. Okay, eventually it's a blow for blow though. Players picked on either side, so RT will have to regroup here. That might give an opportunity for K-State to get an Arch's hold. It'll just remains to be seen how quickly they can regroup. Oh, Chaco Man.
I think a large portion of the player base are more than okay with seeing Sojourn be taken out by 3 players at once. Still, this is turning into an all-out, just a general skirmish. Not dissimilar to map number 1, it has to be said.
Yeah, you're right. The amplification matrix there from Liam Helium too, I think, coming in clutch and allowing Blue Jay to play as aggressive as they like to.
Man, you can't lose any players here if you're Kansas State. May not have a choice though. Well, Blue Jay perhaps trying to do a 180 shatter. Surely North doesn't fall for this.
Oh yeah, they're thinking about it. Big Amp Matrix coming out from the Arbiter. Essel gonna start things off with a Blizzard. Big shatter from Blue Jay, lays down the entire rest of the team, so that is a quick and easy cleanup for RIT to give them streaks.
That's I mean, it's tough, right? North is standing in front of the Blizzard. The shield is likely broken. I don't really think there's a way you can block that shatter. RIT certainly playing with swagger here at this stage of the game. Blue Jay even hitting the emote.
Not a whole lot of tools in the bank, though, for this fight for IT. And this time, Blossy with a beautiful wall. Blizzard going to come out right after the Immortality Field used to try and keep everyone up. But it is quickly dealt with, quickly destroyed. So K-State will get a much-needed hold here, and it only cost them the Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out that when your tank is caught in front of the front line or in front of the wall and there's no support there in time, the team bursts you down pretty swiftly. Immortality Field or no. North perhaps trying to avenge themselves with the shatter here.
Not going to land this time around. Fathom uses the sound barrier. That's going to allow K-State to kind of back up here. They know that something big is coming. Choco Man still holding on to this overclocking with North down. Ooh, getting a little bit of damage from the Arbiter. They try and get sneaky there, but big fight win for RIT.
Both Ryans are certainly operating on the red line. North there asks, how did you know? With the shatter.
You know, I appreciate this aggressive tank play. Health is a resource, right? If you don't use it, what do you got? What do you have it for? Gonna be a big Blizzard out from SL. 2 players down. Shadow comes out from Blue Jay as well. This should be the finishing touches here. Papa tries to get a Deadeye out, see if they can get anything done, but too much damage coming in, not enough protection for them. 1 player holding on to point, but that'll only last so long. RIT with a dominant time bank at 345.
Yeah, that was all W all the time here from RIT as they'll now head to the defense. And I mean, one thing to note there, of course, is that Choco Man actually doesn't even get the overclock off. That was a fight that was won with the Sojourn getting shut down. It's a good combo from RIT though, right? The Blizzard has been so effective from them at just sectioning off players and winning fights outright. A bit of a breath of fresh air, really, from our May players. As in the past, we have definitely seen some whiffed Blizzards, but just great from RIT to confirm on those game-winning resources and realistically just kind of hammering away. There's nothing subtle about what they're doing. There's no nuance is not the name of this game. And yet RIT are making it still quite effective.
They are. RIT is employing the blunt force trauma method, I think, here today. And you know, one thing that I really like about their gameplay too, I'm gonna highlight Liam Helium here for a second, is Liam Helium has their work cut out for them trying to keep Blue Jay alive, and they're doing a fantastic job of it, right? Thinking back to that big wall, or that big window, I think, that we saw on the streets of Kings Row in particular.
I'll have to try and shut down Liam Helium and the rest of RIT. Kansas State, that is. Ooh, nice little dodge in the wall there, actually.
Yeah, that was a fantastic disengage from North. And in fact, several members of RIT gonna go down low. They have to use the Immortality Field as well. I think they were anticipating being able to take out North, but instead, North takes out you. Liam Helium is down, and that was one of the big pieces that needed to fall to ensure that they could get the pick on the Blue Jay.
Now it's I think, just Choco Man versus the World.
Yeah.
The World's a dark and lonely place sometimes. So it'll have to be a full reset. And yeah, that aggression continues to kind of shine through here. This time it's Kansas State, the beneficiary. Again, nothing subtle about this. It is really just kind of ramming the sort of the batting ram of the walls and seeing who falls over.
Oh my gosh. Clutch Immortality Field as well. Blue Jay does eventually get the pick. So Cart just starting to move out of the garage. Not even enough time for it to get completely out before RIT has taken control once again.
Well, there's a real happy time made here for Kansas State. 5 minutes. Even as RIT kind of plays with a shatter at the spawn room. They're
going to be answered by a blizzard at Spawn's door. Immortality Field going to keep everybody up. North has no problems taking out Blue Jay. I mean, I guess silver lining is you did this in Spawn, so Cart hasn't gone anywhere. IT actually almost turning this around. Choco Man does eventually fall, but not after taking out its Papa. And still, it's taking Kansas State a while to secure these kills.
Oh yeah, this is just through to get the first choke point too, right? The first archway here on the second phase. It's not meaningful progress that Kansas State is earning, and I mean that was one of their bigger tools here. One that is realistically the only ultimate that cannot be mitigated by what is being run. You like to say that for a more impactful ultimate. So now RIT has the opportunity to just lay down the Blizzard. Essel has been quite good at getting those freeze.
Oh, big amp matrix. Essel tries to get out by popping themselves up on top of the wall. I like the move. I like the idea. It just doesn't quite work. Talking about now on a flank, Lee and Heel may be able to find something. Here comes the overclock too. Just lasering through the opposition. A lot of damage coming in, but no kills, at least not yet. North does eventually fall, so RIT with a nice hold here in streets.
Yeah, and that draws enough attention to Choco Man. Like, that's both supports that turn around to look at the hit scam that the front line survives and just deals, you know, so much damage that Kansas State, the deaths are inevitable at that stage of the game. Keep in mind, RIT captured all 3 points with 345. They're okay giving up some of the map to work through. That Blizzard is still in the play there. SLC on the flank.
Here it comes. It is out now. Nice disruptor shot as well from Shotgun to dealing some extra damage, but the sound barrier was there from Fathom. That's what we needed to see from them in order to be able to sustain through it. So now the big win condition from RIT is off the board. They do still have the Shatter, and crucially, North is not there anymore. They won't need to expend it as RIT will hold again, but ooh. Blue Jay once again bites off a little more than they can chew.
And Glossy, though, denied the Blizzard. That was an elimination right as it kind of was activated. So a wasted ultimate from Kansas State. A rare sight, actually, in this game, despite the aggression that is being shown. RIT have taken a hefty 3 minutes off the time bank that was Kansas State's to work with.
Now they're going to have to watch out for this Shatter coming out from Blue Jay. North, of course, getting close to theirs as well. They pushing through it. Yeah, Matrix causing a lot of problems. There will be the Shatter. 3 a fall. North comes in with a charge to take out Choco Man. The kill's still coming in favor of RIT. The immortality fill from Arbiter. Able to hold on to it for a while. So these kills aren't coming easy, but they will eventually come indeed.
A minute 30 now left for Kansas State. I'm definitely not on the offensive side anymore. And RIT, I mean, that Shatter from Blue Jay delaying time gives Essel enough response to generate another Blizzard. Just need to not get shattered here. Lay it down. Oh wow, everyone just runs heads for the hills. That is a wasted Blizzard for sure.
First one I think we've really seen from Essel that hasn't landed and really resulted in, if not a fight win, at least several picks. And so now it's Papa utilizing the Deadeye. The wall comes out as well to make sure they can't get out of the way of it. 2, here comes Choco Man now with the overclock. Big charge coming out from Blue Jay. The sound barrier has to be committed from actual Earth Shatter does hit Essel, but the overclock will be what wins the day here for RIT.
I mean, that timing on the sound barrier was sick from actual, literally game saving from the Lucio. I mean, frames before the Shatter lands, it hits the ground, so everyone is kept stable even as they get stunned. Kansas State, it's going to be a forced fight. It's going to be really aggressive, and Blue Jay looking to play a Shatter early.
They do come out with a Shatter, but it's not going to find anything this time. Here comes a big Blizzard from K-State. Sound barrier now utilized to give them a little bit more pushing power. They want to chase down these kills. They want to make sure that they do, in fact, see third. Because even if they do go, even if they win this, it's going to be very hard for them to have any time in the clock.
I mean, at this stage, not to look too far in the future, they will not get an attack.
Yeah,
a second time. They're going to capture the second phase here. Yeah.
What?
Nice little pin. They will get the second phase, but only added a minute 30 to the clock. That's 2 fights. Obviously flawless fights to get time in the time bank. And Essel has another Blizzard, so that's not likely to happen. And you need time to keep a second attack. So RIT very much in the driver's seat here.
Zagaman right on the heels as well with the overclock too coming up. Really, K-State has not a whole lot to work with. They're going to have to take this slow and see what they can generate. Good job trying to disengage from the Blizzard. Won't in fact catch anybody this time, so that's good space in the midst from Essel, which is unusual. Immortality Field now committed once again. Our team with an opportunity now to see if they can get something done. Interesting double Maywall coming out there makes it difficult for North to stay alive, but they do. Deadeye is out. That's going to chunk down the rest of Blue Jay Shield. North needs to get this Shatter online soon if they hope to be able to continue pushing. Amplification Matrix certainly going to help them. Those fire strikes coming through now going to be very deadly. So Juggaman backing up just as quick as they can, especially considering one errant bullet could put them down. The Shatter does land. Essel will hit the ground. Amplification Matrix out once again from Liam Helium to try and keep everybody alive. RT is falling. I think Essel might not be on the map anymore. Goes into the ice block as they are booped off. K-State, they will finish with a little bit of time. Just enough to actually see a second attack.
That is actually unbelievable that RIT took so many fights away from the objective. They die with the sound barrier as well. RIT less playing with their food and more kind of throwing away their opportunity. Keep in mind, with these extra attacks, a fight won with 1 minute on the clock and then an overtime fight where you have ultimate advantage can easily exceed, can easily be a better place to be in than that 3:45 time bank, right? The other thing simply because, you know, for RIT, having that extra time means that the defense can sort of play slow fights to reduce your time, and then when you're in that overtime scenario, both teams have ultimates, which makes it sort of a coin flip as to who has the true advantage. And on top of that, you have to highlight the fact that both teams took the first point on their first attack. There was no defense to be found, and that just opens those overtime fights that much more frequently for Kansas State. So what should have been a case where RIT does not even allow Kansas State an attempted attack now is a slightly riskier proposition.
Kansas State really just has an opportunity to make this happen. North goes through too aggressively, gonna get caught out, but the wall is broken quick enough in order to be able to get some heals out. North still going very low. Both immortality fields have to be used as well. Niner tank looking great at the moment. Essel does eventually find Glowsy, but North continuing to push forward, seeing if they can turn this around and in their favor as they wait for Glowsy to respawn. They will be back into the fight, but now North is down.
Oh my
This is catastrophic for K-State.
That was still so close to a fight. That was on a pin's head. That was nearly flipped. Now RIT though, they lose actual with 15 seconds left. This is not unwinnable for Kansas State.
No, it's certainly not, and Blue Jay Shield is taking a lot of hammering. Here goes some Amp Matrix. K-State gonna be able to deal with everything RIT throws at them, and we'll see the streets of Kings Row.
And this is disaster territory for RIT because they commit to that fight the Amp Matrix, so they're not going to have tools. Kansas State, now this is where I was talking about overtime fights end up favoring the team that wins the first one, because now every ultimate they have in the game is going to be ahead of RIT, especially with Liam Helium throwing that Amp Matrix away. Now Kansas State has an opportunity to win at least one guaranteed fight, which with overtime spawns might just force RIT to give up second entirely.
And all it could take as well is just an error, just one fire strike through an Amp Matrix, right? And Kansas State has the opportunity for that. They will not get a quite section off RIT like K-State had hoped. Playing around this corner now, just looking for the opportunity to, I think, get through, get a shatter in. Blue Jay has built theirs. Talking about, because K-State has taken so long, there is an opportunity, I think, for RIT to be able to do something here. Blizzard thrown out by Glowsy, but they do die right afterwards. So RIT with a little bit of an advantage here. Big shatter comes in. Essel hits the ground. The sound barrier's there as well from Fathom, so nobody dying just yet. But Fathom does fall eventually. Essel down as well. There's the sound barrier now from RIT. Everybody falling from K-State. We do have a last moment contest from Closey, but that'll be all it amounts to.
All right, for Kansas State, though, that is a tragic situation because now RIT are back in control. 3:45 on the clock. Sorry, 4:39 on the clock, as that extra minute was added. Means that if they can capture the first point with first fight, as they had in the previous round, all of a sudden they don't have to get that far because Kansas State fumbled that fight so badly. Realistically, RIT should have this fairly easy. They only need one fight after first, and this is where that time bank now comes back to help them rather than hurt them, and all of that because Kansas State were just not able to coalesce on the Blizzard, not able to find value on their resource meter. So RIT back in control of this map, and only about 2 fights away from setting match point.
No surprises coming out at the moment for K-State either on this defense. I don't think they want to take any risks here, and they did find success with this composition. They're just going to have to find it a lot earlier here because, like you said, harkening back to what you said, neither of these teams has really mounted a defense so far on first, and I'm not sure that's going to change here.
5, 4,
Well, the experiments will have to commence very swiftly.
attackers incoming.
Oh, that's disastrous.
Yeah. That was one of the biggest tools that you had to try and slow down Blue Jay. Now they don't have to worry about that Maywald on weak. It looks like K-State might opt to just give this point up entirely.
Yeah.
Wait for Closey to get back and just try to hold.
Yeah,
at
the only
Arches.
problem is you cannot really get a recontest now. And that's actually with that elimination, that's it. There's no way you can get back in time.
No, there's not, and especially because RIT is kind of picking them off slowly as well.
Yeah,
there's just no opportunity, I think, for K-State to come back in this. And now, again, just kind of playing with their food. That has sealed the deal for RIT.
it's going to be switched to a dive here now for Kansas State. Fast-moving characters, but you're not going to get a true fight here. North will contest, but payload is nearly at its checkpoint.
They're going to have to pull every single shield they possibly can. I like that they're waiting. They're letting some of the armor get chunked through. They disengaged just a little bit, but it might have been too long. They didn't have time to spare.
Yeah.
And RIT takes the map.
Just not respecting their opponent there. Kansas State at all. RIT punished them pretty swiftly. I mean, the Widow coming out of spawn is expected, right? That's pretty common on this map. And Choco Man will take your head off. Ends the fight before it even begins. And a pretty anticlimactic end to the map, but I think expected as RIT were in control of King's Row all the way through.
We're going to have to wait to see what map comes next as we are going to throw to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. And we are back, and this is interesting, Lafon, right? It's been King's Row for our escort. One of the biggest things is we've seen Dorado all three games here tonight. We are headed back there as we take another look at K-State and RIT. Of course, RIT up 2-0 at the moment.
The absolute pinnacle of creativity here by the collegiate map selections from our players. You know what? It's mid-season term or time. We'll give them a pass. We'll say that they
exactly
were studying for classes. No, jokes aside, yeah, I think Dorado obviously gives a lot of opportunities to step away from perhaps what teams have been struggling with in the previous couple of maps. Keep in mind, with the fact that Dorado's third, we've only had 3 zeros today. Dorado provides a direct relief from the stylistic setups that Control and King's Row have. Obviously King's Row a lot of up-tempo styles. You know, we've seen mostly dive, I would highlight. Then King's Row goes mostly to brawl. Dorado uniquely changes that because of all the high ground. You don't play it the same way you do even as you play. A lot of times you play dive, you don't play it in the same way you would on Control. And then obviously you're not going to see a head-to-head brawl on Dorado as you would on King's Row in this patch, right? It's gone are the days when it was a singular meta that was mirrored 100% of the time. Now we're seeing a little bit more flexibility with the changes on map geometry. So I think Dorado as a selection makes a ton of sense. The only problem I would highlight is that I think right now is that RIT has a better grasp of compositions that are stronger on this map specifically. Kansas State will have their work cut out for them to try and formulate a response to that, especially when you kind of highlight SL specifically, who I think has been a difference maker for RIT more frequently than anyone else in the server.
Their blizzards, their Maywalls were absolutely brutal in King's Row. So that I think is proof of enough of that statement. And that's all to get you. It'll be fun to watch them and see how they're going to play this. There's Closey going to be there on the Tracer to not necessarily provide like the typical duel you'd see with a Tracer, but certainly going to be able to poke and prod them away just a little bit. Talkerman starts things off with a big pick, though, on the Widowmaker, continuing to show that is a very comfortable pick for them. The rest of K-State opting to just back up and give control of the high ground over to RIT.
Keep in mind, you can't really just dive freely if you're north here. D.Va has a very high burst in that tank battle compared to the Winston, so coupled with a shot from Choco Man, or even an anti-nade from Actual, that would spell certain demise for the Winstons. You have to be a little bit more passive about your approach.
Oh, yeah, and they do. North does wait for a prime opportunity to jump into the backline, but they take a lot of damage to the Discord Orb as well, causing him a lot of problems. Blue Jay was hurting a little bit as well, but they've been able to kind of hold presence on a cart. Liam Helium with a pair of picks. Start things off the big way here for RIT.
Now that just unleashes SL a little bit, and I mean it's tough. You're running essentially a dive comp, Kansas State, but there's no real way to get into the backline because of how many threats there are on your way there. Like, look at this. North exiting the spawn room already has their armor stripped.
Yeah, and they're kind of saying hello to Choco Man on the Widowmaker, but unable to really do anything significant to them.
Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, Blue Jay able to just pick them off. The fight hadn't even started yet, and K-State is down 2.
And obviously on D.Va, you can peel for your Zen just a little bit better, right, with the defense matrix. Unlike Winston, which, you know, if your bubble's used, you're kind of non-threatening as a defensive utility. And I mean I mean Choco Man just set up. Like you're not walking to this line of sight on a unassailed, and then on top of that, it's going to be in for sight here in a moment, so you won't even get out to kind of challenge the Widowmaker.
And Blue Jay's using the defense matrix really well as well. I mean, they've been able to keep, entire K-State lineup away from that high ground for a while.
Oh,
Now
that's
self-destruct?
that's
That's
tough.
just 2?
I mean, that self-destruct was for a remake mostly, but
Yeah.
the North was slept. And the other player was kind of caught around a pillar. There was no way to kind of really escape, so. RIT will get to the second checkpoint fairly easily. I believe that's the first elimination Kansas State, second elimination Kansas State has gotten this map.
Yeah. It looked like it came to from a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit of over-aggression from Choco Man as well. They were frontlining, even in front of their diva at that time.
There's such a hefty time bank here. There is a shutdown utility. I mean, the RIT should be able to, or sorry, RIT has the tools to keep this one going, but Kansas State at least will have an opportunity to shut things down.
Distance is
Ooh.
an obstacle to my accuracy.
Nice shot there from Choco Man to relieve a lot of the pressure here for RIT. So big blade coming in as well. 3 ultimates pop from RIT. That's a lot out of the way. They will take this fight, but now K-State with a decent opportunity to take this back.
I like that they don't use the Transcendence from the Arbiter to couple with the blade, because it means that now you actually have something to come back. Oh, poor North.
Yeah.
Just woke it up in time.
Blue Jay finding themselves in a little bit of trouble, but able to dash out of that. Pair of Trades going to be 1 TPS down for both sides. Papa still doing a lot of damage, but going to be chased away by Blue Jay, who just sits on the cart and says no. No one will touch. RIT with almost 4 minutes in the bank.
The Arbiter uses Transcendence, and I don't know where.
Score.
Certainly not on the objective, because Widowmaker gets taken down, and then no one is there to contest the payload because the Winston is respawning. So that'll not only be 3 points to RIT, I believe it's 3 minutes plus on the time bank as well. For those of you old school Overwatch players, you'll know that's a hefty time bank for Dorado. For those new to Overwatch, welcome. That is a very healthy time bank for Dorado.
Yeah, that's a massive amount of time. I mean, I think you put it best when you called out the fact that we didn't really even see a pick come in until RIT had already pushed to 3rd. So that means I don't know if we actually saw a fight one come out there for K-State. I think we saw one, or at least RIT slowed down just a little bit. But other than that, I mean, RIT seems to have their number. Like, the longer this match goes on, the stronger RIT looks.
It's also interesting to highlight, RIT has chosen the attack for every map they've been in. That they've been able to choose that. Certainly not the expected
3, 2,
side. Most teams choose defense instead.
attackers incoming.
You can see RIT very much an attacking favored team.
Stop the payload.
I mean, given how aggressive they like to play, it's not necessarily surprising, I don't think.
At 3:48, by the way, that's incredible.
Yeah.
You start off with 4 minutes.
Yeah, and each checkpoint you hit too is a minute less that you gained, so it's a blistering time through. Let's already find pick on the Papa. That's no DPS now left for K-State, so just the support's trying to keep North up until the rest of the team respawns.
It's an unenviable position for GlowC to be in, right? Chasing down the Zen, but then there's an Ana sort of babysitting at that stage. I mean, for anybody, really, North, you know, that's 600 HP, or 750 HP that just evaporates.
Yeah. This pick as well on the Diva, I think, has been so good. I mean, we've highlighted a lot of the reasons behind it, and I think the biggest one to me is it just shuts down North, right? Like, in the head-to-head matchup, Diva versus Winston, the Diva's going to win 9 times out of 10.
Well, this time around, it's Essel who overstays their welcome. Interesting selection to go to a Farah here.
Especially going into the Diva, the defense matrix can shut it down pretty effectively.
I mean,
and considering you don't have the pocket either.
A concussive blast can clear the high ground for the supports, right? But force them into an awkward setup, which maybe they can capitalize on. I think this one misses, though. The rest of the time, though, you're right. The D.Va is going to have a little bit more of a favorable situation, especially with the Discord orb.
Oh, massive pulse bomb from Chaco, man. Just clean up crew now for RIT. But its Papa has actually built up a substantial amount of their barrage.
At the cost of 2 minutes, though, Iron Bank is squarely not in their favor. Recall they have to worry about a 348 time bank on RIT side.
Ooh, that's able to get the finishing touch onto its Papa as well. That Discord orb, too much for North to be able to tank, too. And these are just staggered elimination, staggered kills that just play into RIT's hands more and more.
Yeah, these aren't meaningful fights either, right? Like, Kansas State is not applying pressure to the objective while this is happening. This is basically just the effect, essentially just getting out of spawn.
Ooh. There's an opening, though, for K-State. North going to use the Primal Rage in response. Transcendence has to come out as well from Liam. A lot being invested into this fight. That's 3 ults already for K-State, and they're having a hard time getting the kills, but unfortunately can't say the same for RIT. Barrage tries to come in, but the defense matrix is there for the most part.
Yeah, in general, I mean, it did enough, right? Even with the Zen being eliminated, it's not... You're not really going to be able to really follow up on that. The respawns will be there in time. Keep in mind, this is not even gaining a lot of progress. This is simply just trying to fight uphill to get to the payload.
And we're in final fight territory now. 30 seconds left to go. Kansas State cannot afford any more mistakes. And now with a blade to deal with, that's going to be both supports deleted, absolutely eliminated. 2 players left now standing for K-State. 19 seconds on the clock. Even if they disengage here, there's not much they can do. It's going to be a very, very difficult fight back, but they do get 2 picks. So RIT will not be at full strength, but I don't know if we even get a touch here, LaFon.
Certainly
not after that. Huge pulse bomb to close things out from Chaco, man. We're going to chalk up another 3-0 on the board tonight here at Nace Star League. This time RIT coming out on top. And again, like I said before, they looked more and more dominant the longer this game went.
Yeah, I mean, the mark of a team that has... One of the scarier markers of a team is that they are not, despite not being at their best at the start of the game, get to the end and have dominated all the way throughout, right? That's also something that can kind of be highlighted because it means that they're not playing at their best, and when they move to the forward, into games in future, there's an opportunity for their ceiling to grow even further, right? So yeah, a scary team in RIT, and they continue to be towards the upper end of performers.
Well, we are going to throw to a quick break. Once again, we'll be back with an interview shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. We are back. A lot of support interviews today. That's going to be the case again as we welcome Liam T. Helium to the interview booth. Congratulations on your win tonight over K-State.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a lot of fun.
Now, my first question for you is, how much anxiety do you have trying to keep your main tank alive? You do a phenomenal job of it, right? Want to say that, but like, are you on meds? Like, how bad is this, right? Do we need to be concerned for you?
So, at the start, I'm like always constantly on edge, but once you get used to how your tank plays, sometimes you just know that they're always on 100 health, and you just have to pay attention to them the entire time. But it's fun. It's good though.
I think the best way we can describe the game today is ambitious in the attempts at certain fights, right? Taking very aggressive setups overall. I mean, stylistically, you guys played a very similar game to your opponent. Obviously, you guys got the 3-0, so a much better performance from y'all. But is that something from RIT that you've sort of come to expect? Play to the red line, play as on your limits as much as possible to throw your opponent off guard?
Yeah, we tend to have a very aggressive play style, and we like to change the tempo a lot. So sometimes if they're expecting us to play slow, we play fast, or if they're expecting us to play fast, we just back up. So we were able to just be really aggressive on them, because when we like know that they have window and are planning on using shatter, if we just get aggressive before they get the chance to get set up for it, it's just works. So
sometimes it does get a little bit away from you, as the end of King Zero, I think, played out, or at least the first defense of King Zero played out, where, down to a minute, weren't able to quite get to overtime. But in general, I think a more successful sort of setup. Now, for you guys, you now are 6-1, I believe, overall in the season, sort of trending towards the upper end of the standings. What's next for your team? What's sort of the expectation here in the next couple of weeks?
So we were actually discussing this before this match, but I think we're up against a team that like kind of drew out, so it's like a forfeit. So we don't really have too many matches actually left in the season. So we're gonna focus up for the games we have, and then for the playoffs we're gonna make sure we're prepared and do a lot of practicing. So
Well, it's going to be terrifying, I think, for anybody to face you, given what we have seen tonight. Before we let you go, a couple quick things. I always love getting to cast ORIT. That is my alma mater. Love to see you guys. So thank you all for giving us a great performance here tonight. Of course, stay neutral in the booth, but always great to see you. And before we close out, any shout outs that you'd like to give?
Shout outs to my entire team. They're all great and they're fun to play with. So everyone on the team, good job.
All right, well, thank you so much, Liam. We'll let you catch your breath after that match, and good luck to you at the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, one more game remains for us tonight. It will be Edgewood College, University of Missouri. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon. Hello, everybody. We are back and ready for game number 4. This time we will be witnessing the matchup between the University of Missouri and Edgewood College, two teams that are sitting at 4-0 records right now.
One team will no longer be undefeated at the end of today. The question, of course, remains who of these two squads are going to be down one game. Now, as we head into this one, of course, certainly, I mean, the narrative change hasn't really changed through the stage, right? At this point of the season, it's about identifying weaknesses in teams' rosters and sort of exploiting them as we move forward, heading into Lijiang Tower for map number 1. I think this is actually a perfect map for this game, right? You know, in as much as we've sort of moaned about seeing Lijiang Tower all the time, the one thing it does afford us is stability, right? We don't have to really wonder how teams are going to approach the game. And so with two teams that are undefeated at this stage, that are towards the upper end of their standings respectively, this gives us a very stable platform to build upon, identifying where those flaws may exist in these teams as they move forward. Because yeah, like I said, at this point of the game, these are teams that we realistically should be expecting to be challenging for those playoff spots.
And like you said, only one of them going to be able to come out today with that perfect, clean record. So this is, I think one of the more, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't necessarily say, I don't know if I want to say important, but certainly one of the more impactful series that we have seen so far this season, right? There's a lot riding on the line here for both of these teams.
We are, of course, going to start off on Night Market here, and you can already see that the trend is going to be for a more hit-and-run style from Edgewood College. It's a very, very involved between the Wrecking Ball, Sombra, and then the Pharah poking from range. University of Missouri will have a lot harder of a time keeping their back line up. Iggy will have their work cut out for them, make no mistake about it.
Yeah, Iggy already takes a little damage from a rocket. Deals a little back to Luke, so they know they're there. They know they can hit their shots. It's interesting as well to see Edgewood kind of take this positioning with the Wrecking Ball composition, right? Immediately going to point. That's typically, I feel like you typically see them surround it, fan out just a little bit, and allow the other team to get it. But it kind of played out opposite this time around. Clairvoyant now in the courtyard here gets hacked, gonna be prevented even from touching point. So a great just zoning plays, and CC coming out from Edgewood to give them first possession. Big Hat comes in as well. Mizzou has a couple of kills though, so even though Edgewood gets control of the point first, the advantage is on Mizzou at the moment, but they need to finish getting these kills. Javabbers is still alive and still causing problems.
Ooh, nice couple of hits here from Iggy. Actually, that's for Mizzou, the one thing to kind of highlight there is that the objective is not really the important factor for them. They're not trying to fight on the point. It's more about identifying any player that even remains remotely out of position and collapsing on them. For Edgewood, a lot of the times that's going to be Serial here on the Ana. And look at that, they're giving up control of the objective. They want to win the fight out in the courtyard first.
Yeah, and this is interesting because I feel like this is typically the way you see the Wrecking Ball composition function. So Mizzou, I think, is happy to allow this to happen. They do still have the point. Edgewood wasn't even able to flip it, and already they're on the retreat.
I mean, critically for Mizzou, they're going to have a response to this EMP as, well, it comes in early, actually denies the Deadeye.
Wow, yeah. They will be rewarded with a couple of picks. EMEC will come on to Clairvoyant as well, but they do have the self-destruct, so everybody has to get away. In the meantime, the Serial does fall, so even though there was a bit of an advantage here for Edgewood, Mizzou is doing a great job of turning this back around in their favor. Once again, Edgewood getting close to turning the point, but never quite doing it.
Ooh, I mean, Tommy Salami playing on the edge of death there. Stays alive though, which is the important thing. Well, until the barrage comes in, but that just forces more ultimates out from Edgewood.
And they're still in control of the point, right? This fight still going the way of Edgewood. If they play this right, they should win it, especially after that pick onto Cabby. This is still just a tremendous amount of progression made, and Edgewood even felt it necessary to utilize the nano boost as well to win this fight.
Having to use the nano is disastrous for Edgewood College because this EMP realistically should have some level of response with the sound barrier. I mean, they know Cabby has it, so they have to be a little bit careful about just using this EMP kind of, freely. Luke also playing with a ton of fire here. Yeah, Mizzou, it's just really about just dodging this EMP and then coming in and using, their superior sustain and the pulse bomb to kind of, I think, take this next fight.
Oh, well, they already sustained through the EMP as well, so step one is done for Mizzou. Point is in Edgewood's court at the moment, but it likely not staying there for long. Serial will go down. Jabobbers does get a boop onto Tommy Salami, but they're going to be back into the fight quick. Clairvoyant voiced once again to a ring back. Here comes a Deadeye as well to see if they can zone everybody off the point. And with the sound barrier, prime to push on the point, but a nice move from Jabobbers going to make that difficult. Now, Luke, once again, finding a pair of kills to give Edgewood an advantage.
That is actually going to cost Mizzou the point almost certainly here, unless there's a self-destruct that can shut down 4 players here. And sound barrier is simply not keeping players alive and not able to push in time with that sustained advantage. So Edwidge, in the final moment, is going to find 2 kills.
Yeah, that's big, right? Getting the D-Mech, forcing out that ultimate from Mizzou as well. They don't have Ping in there to provide heals. We do get a contest onto point. Somebody in the backline now. It is Tommy Salami. They are going to drop back for him. Recall already forced out. A lot of great focus fire coming out there from them. Oh, they will be slept as well. But Sario goes down. It's definitely not over yet. Going for a couple of big boops. And oh, they don't have any of their util. Great. Huge heads-up play from Krabby. That has the potential to turn this around, especially considering that Back in Am isn't there anymore. They are back in spawn, as it were. Luke layering down a lot of damage, though. It's definitely not over yet, but Pingin is back here. Iggy swaps over to the Symmetra to come back as well. We do have the Kitsune rush on point. They're able to trade. Point flips over to Mizzou. We're going to have a touch. Iggy is trying to make sure that Jabobbers doesn't have an opportunity to. They do get there. They do have the minefield as well. Going to expend it almost immediately. Doomfist in the middle of it. Sario goes down, so the heals won't be there, but then again, neither will the Lucio for Mizzou. Jabobbers hanging on for dear life, but they aren't able to do it for long enough. And the touch barely there at the last moment, but Mizzou still getting the picks right when they get to point.
It's just Luke here who will be taken away. Still, this is...
This is still going.
Wow. That was not a pretty end to the round. But in the end, Mizzou just barely ekes out over the line. It's tough. That was close. That was so close. The coverage from the minefield just not big enough to cover the entire point. The wrecking ball not quite high enough in the air when they activate it. So players were able to escape from some of the detonation of it. Specifically, the Doomfist, actually.
I can't hear you.
The Doomfist and the Sombra. Still a very, very close round. And Edgewood College, I mean, it's just frankly, Mizzou playing that to perfection in terms of the stall, and Edgewood not able to survive in time to kind of close out their eliminations. Now, we have to control center, and Edgewood's going to play mostly a very similar composition, actually, to their opening frame.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Yeah, I feel like typically you would expect the Junkrat to come out here. We do just have the explosive with Luke on the Pharah. In the meantime, Tommy Salami is out of the fight. They should be back into it quickly, but the point will unlock relatively soon. Oh, a lot of damage going in to James. Clairvoyant smelled blood in the water going after them, but it's gonna pay. They're gonna pay for it with their mech. That's gonna force them back and give Edgewood control of the point.
You may not think this because it's an indoor point, but Pharah is actually a little bit better than Cassidy if you can keep them outside the choke point here, because the Pharah can shoot down from this vertical cover, right? And the Cassidy cannot see you, and so one of the few places where as long as you can hold the point, you're fairly safe. And yeah, you can see it right there. Mizzou just unable to really punish the Pharah at all.
There's going to be a res, though. Now Mizzou is back at full strength, and Edgewood is left wanting their composition. Pharah going to get chased down as well. Great shot there from Iggy. That concern has been mitigated. A nice Sticky as well to take James out of the equation. So Mizzou will take first possession of this point.
I mean, that's one way to kind of have it, you know, remove the weakness of the Cassidy, hold the Matrix on them permanently so they can walk into the main area of the objective, where the Cassidy then becomes an advantage to the Pharah because of the close range nature of the point. It's a very risky play, though, because if the Matrix expires a second too early, the Pharah will find value.
It's interesting as well, just in general, to see the divas here on Control Center. I think the first time I've seen it mirrored for certain. Luke taking a lot of damage. Nanoboot's going to be delivered to them for the barrage. That's a quick D-Mac. Not quite actually follow it up. Thought they got the kill, so they turned away to set their sights elsewhere. That's going to allow Clairvoyant to remain into the back line, but they won't get the opportunity to remac. As, yeah, they're just looking to have a pretty big stagger here. This is well played by Edgewood.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Edgewood also has a chance to kind of close this next fight out with an EMP. There's a lot of really big choke points that Mizzou has to walk through. Also, Mizzou kind of gave up that last fight without sort of really holding much court.
5 ultimate's going to be on the board as well for Mizzou, so Edgewood's going to need to be really economical with this. They're going to start things out with the Deadeye. There's going to be a big EMP, though, shutting down just about everything. Now James on the offensive, giving over the Valkyrie. Post-bomb going to be a whiff this time from Tommy. In fact, Bach and Nam takes them out. The rest coming in, so Pingin back with everybody, but still Edgewood with a little bit of an advantage here. Jabobbers hasn't really been pressured that much. The hack comes in this time onto Clairvoyant. They do get Luke out of the sky with a self-destruct. Will be rezzed just as quickly, though. 99% on the board. Do we get a touch? It will come in barely from Mizzou, but they're going to have to do more than just that. Iggy trying to clip the wings of Mercy in the sky, but they move out of the way. Here comes another barrage from Luke. A little bit of advantage now to Edgewood. They just need to close it out here in the last moments. Clairvoyant pops off a point, has to have somebody else touch it so they can get the mega. But the hack is still on them. Backing down finds Tommy Salami. Looks like death by 1,000 cuts here. And Edgewood will even Lee Jacques at 1 apiece.
Just, I mean, full control of the skies. Edgewood College. And again, so much has to go into dealing with the Pharah because of the natural cover that's afforded when you hold that choke point. And I mean, aside from that one fight where literally escorted onto the objective was the Cassidy, with no utility to kind of prevent that from happening from Edgewood College. Aside from that one fight, it was all the Eagles showing forth. And I mean, part of that also plays into the Sombra, right? It's even as the Diva kind of holds Matrix onto the Cassidy, just opens up that, it makes them that much more vulnerable, right? To the Sombra. So not an easy situation to be in if you're the tank for Mizzou. And I mean, Edgewood College punished the one-dimensional aspect of the composition that Mizzou was running to try and counter the Pharah comp.
Both teams waste no time in getting here to this neutral ground in front of the point. Which once again, try to build up some ult percentage here, get a little chip damage in, waiting for the point to unlock. Rubbing now looking for somebody, but doesn't appear to find them at the moment. In the meantime, Iggy has actually built up a pretty substantial lead in the ult farm. Clairvoyant does find Luke. James getting pressured back too, likely not going to be able to go in for the res. In fact, they are taken out, falling off the map. Emet comes into Jabobbers. Mizzou will take first possession.
It's actually Mizzou not letting the Pharah set up at all. Part of it's Iggy getting to the objective and just taking space on the map, but it also means that because Iggy's playing on the point, Luke is having to kind of just fire exclusively into the Matrix, and because that's happening, the Cassie's kept safe. So you can see once again, the Cassie's going to play on the objective, trying to stay away from the Pharah.
Ooh, And Javaba's, I think, very, very aware of this situation, right? Trying to put a lot of pressure on Iggy. Unfortunately for them, the focus fire just too great from Mizzou. So another fight win in the books here for them.
And the other thing too is on this map, it's so much harder for the Sombra to get in to hack onto the depot, right? There's just so much more avenues that you can, the players can stay in to put pepper damage so that the hack never activates. Ooh, helps that Iggy's also hitting just a lot more shots on this map.
Oh, big hack from back in Nam. They go down low, might pay for it with their life, but they're going to be able to keep everybody out of harm's way. Robbers with a little bit of fancy footwork to stay on a point. James does go down. Mizzou continuing to have an advantage here, and Edward just unable to really find an answer for all of this at the moment. Even the nano boost getting committed to Luke, not going to result in a fight win.
Keep in mind, all this is fights that Edgewood aren't in. They're not winning these. They're just wasting their own time. So now, I mean, you only have the minefield and the EMP, which are fight winning abilities. You can absolutely set the minefield and the objective and then have the EMP to try and capture the players coalescing to try and contest the objective. But Cabby has a sound barrier, and I mean, as long as you're quick on the draw here, being able to deny the damage that this EMP is going to try and want to find is a very doable thing here.
Yeah, they went ahead and used the EMP as well. They got it onto Cabby, but they're able to get the sound barrier out. Point is being capped behind them. There's one pick for a one. It will flip over to Edgewood. Now it's just going to be up to them to see if they can turn the tides of this fight. They want to take this fight on the point, which is exactly what they're doing. Clairvoyant, though, has a lot of room to work with as a minefield, really only covering the front.
This has not been the true fight win that Edgewood were looking for.
No, it hasn't, and Clairvoyant still getting a lot of work done. They've actually taken quite a bit of damage here. Suzu has to be used to let them sustain on a point, but right now Edgewood doesn't have anything online. Iggy now with the Deadeye, able to find Sariel. That's a big ping, gonna be picked as well, so it's an even trade at the moment. Iggy now pushing to point, but they're taking again a lot of damage from the back, trying to see if they can take out Jabobbers before they fall. That will not be the case, but again, it's pick for pick. We're still in a mostly 4v4 situation. Now a little bit of an edge given to over to Mizzou. Luke coming in for the last moment contest here, trying to keep the point alive. Recall's forced out of them as well. They have to back off. Now the point has slipped over to the Mizzou, so Edgewood has even less time that they can afford to not be on point. Bingen gonna layer down the Kitsune rush as well. Suzu forced out by James. They don't get the Kitsune rush off. Mizzou will hold on and take Lijiang for their own.
That's a really big reset from Mizzou. Take round number 3 here. And I mean, truly a performance there that incredibly impressive. Forcing Edgewood off the composition they've elected to run in that map is a huge difference maker, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that there's no one to support the Pharah in the sky. Like, even when you're running that Pharah Mercy, right, there's no defensive utility from the Diva. You're running to a Wrecking Ball, and the spacing that is played by Mizzou on that map is very strong, very, very well done. They don't allow the Wrecking Ball to displace the Cassidy nearly enough to keep the Pharah alive, and as a result, Iggy is able to put pressure in that is not punished, and the supports have to work overtime. So Mizzou as a team, finding ways to keep their DPS in line and taking that first map.
And a great job they did of it. And I think a lot of it too was that it felt like Mizzou was able to keep Edgewood from really finding anybody that they wanted to focus on a consistent basis, right? Like you said, Jabobbers, and trying to go in and disrupt the Cassidy, but really unable to do it. So I think they went and looked for other opportunities. The Velociraptor poking at the fence, right? But it just didn't work out for them this time. So it's gonna have to remain to see what they do with their map pick to try and win this back, because it was close, right? Yeah. I do believe University, they got the map win, right? But I think overall they did look better, and they did look like they were in control more times than they weren't. It was mostly Edgewood, I think, capitalizing on mistakes that were made by Mizzou.
Also, on Mizzou's side, Clairvoyant was a big part of that victory, because the map win, because of the way the Matrix usage, right? You're just good reads on when to use Matrix to deny damage, when your supports can actually keep pace with your opponent, and that helps tremendously when you don't really have to overspend resource-wise to keep your DPS up alive if you're the supports. And yeah, so Clairvoyant, a massive difference maker here for Mizzou.
They did. They really maximized their value, and that's what you're looking to do, especially considering, right, we're down to one tank. I know it's been a while, but I think it's still worth mentioning that any tank player is going to have a lot on their plate at any given moment. They can't do everything. They're going to have to make choices, and the impact of those choices is tremendous. And really like the way that you put that with the diva for Mizzou. We are headed to Kings Road next, so we're going to see a much different look coming out from both squads. Well, maybe not, because even when we went to Control Center, they both still went dive.
Yeah, I mean, not to make any predictions on Kings Row, I think we've had so many looks in the last little while, it's tough to kind of highlight one specific setup. But yeah, I think definitely a case of identity not being tied to map geometry. And obviously we've heard, right? We heard that these sort of, I don't want to call the composition that's being run dive, because it doesn't truly execute the same way like a Winston dive does. But I mean, that mobility, that up-tempo style with the diva, and I mean with Pharah or Tracer, as it were, is definitely viable. It's definitely a potential option on Kings Row, and it has also the added benefit that you can change this approach timing. It doesn't have to be a fast composition. It can be a slow poke-heavy style that sort of wastes resources from your opponent before going in. So flexible is certainly what these team comps have been in their approach, at least after map 1.
I think we're going to see a continuation of that as well from Mizzou. Actually, Clairvoyant at the moment hovering over the Winston in spawn, but I do know that they really like to run. They also like to run Ramatra compositions, right? So I imagine if they do end up running out on this dive, and at some point Edgewood finds an answer to it, I think that's where we're going to be seeing them swap over to.
Edgewood College, though, returned to standard for the most part. Well, standard for this map, anyway. With the Ryan May. Yeah, not really a surprise. Baptiste syncs up really well with the Reinhardt. Obviously the Immortality field, but Ant Matrix, of course, in this patch.
Yeah, I think, just seeing Ryan more means we're seeing Baptiste more rather than the carry coat quite as much.
Full mirror.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Oh, big fire strike back in Nam. Taken out immediately. And now Serial very low. Immortality has to be used. Mizzou just making just lightning fast work at this first point.
Clairvoyant. I don't know. That was that fire strike was heat seeking.
Yeah.
And it had a Cassidy's name on it, and there's not really much Edgewood College could do to keep them up. So no contest here. That'll be a capture for sure. Not a 3-peak there, are you, Cassidy?
Right? Yeah, I like the get a little info, letting Clairvoyant know when they're turning around since they have their back to them. Looking for a little bit of a bait, I'm sure. They're probably going to be able to get their wrist chatter on the line first too, which is, again, no surprise. Hang on to keeping pace, though. Both supports actually keeping pace from Edgewood College with Mizzou. That's something they can certainly look to rely on. But the shatter from from Clairvoyant does land. Serial quick with the Immortality field, though, so still not over. In fact, both teams have to use it. Jabobber's coming up with a pick, or rather, Clairvoyant going down first. It will be a trade. But I think the more impactful one may be the fact that the Edgewood just doesn't have the heals that they need. Big Mave wall coming out to deny the ult from Iggy as well.
Nice the ult, but the damage may have already been done. Wow. Keep in mind the respawns heavily favor the offense.
Yeah.
Clairvoyant, no fear. Absolutely no fear for their life. One might describe them as reckless. But they'll stay alive and punish the Ord players. Mizzou, despite winning every fight in this game, is actually quite far behind in ult charge. Aside from Clairvoyant, that is, who's 70% to their next Earth Shatter.
Yeah, that's pretty substantial.
Ooh, nice combo.
What a pair of shots there. Yeah, Tommy Salami finishing that off. So now Clairvoyant going to be feel much more free to do things. Shatter goes straight into Clairvoyant's shield again, but the Fire Strike will be good for a pick on this aerial. Sound barrier has to be used. Clairvoyant strikes back though in form and a little bit stronger.
Slam barrier have to be used in that situation, right? They were down 2 already. And these are just gonna be extremely staggered kills by Edgewood College. Mizzou also cheap fight, just the Ant Matrix. Just the Ant Matrix, and every single one of, I mean, the Shatter and Beat were also used in response from Edgewood. That's gonna be the 3rd point now, starting to be well turned over in Mizzou's favor.
It's a dead eye from Iggy Luke gonna counter with the Blizzard. 4 players caught in it by Mizzou. Only one of them has fallen so far, and Tommy Salami now going to strike back with a Blizzard of their own, and this one going to hit a little bit harder. Luke, though, still able to come up with a couple of kills here. Certainly not over yet, and the spawns will favor Edgewood, but the kills I can't say the same for necessarily.
This chaos, though, is just a little bit unnecessary from Mizzou, and they're going to be punished for it. They're not going to be able to win this fight outright. Have to wait for the respawns. I believe the Shatter was actually frozen on Clairvoyant's side.
Oof. Yeah, and getting that Ant Matrix out early, actually, because, well, Clairvoyant actually wasn't able to survive. So definitely good investment there, but not going to have a whole lot looking into this next one.
Draining time away from the time bank, though, is the name they gave to Edgewood. They need to stall here. You can see Luke playing as sort of aggressive here, just trying to generate the Blizzard. Doing a pretty good job of it, as it were. And I think for Mizzou, there's no... Really, as long as Luke doesn't miss this Blizzard, this should just straight up win the fight.
And we're going to see the Blizzard come out. Clairvoyant is able to... No, they're not. Look at that. Luke predicted the disengage and just threw it further to where they were all running to. Huge heads up play from them.
I mean, expected fight win there from Edgewood College. So it was a good Blizzard, and they really... Yeah, there's no way Mizzou can escape that one, so good setup. Now is where it gets a little bit more interesting, though, because everything that Edgewood College has, there is a response to. Obviously, Shatter, it's a head-to-head battle with Ryan Mind Games.
Well, definitely does a good job of cutting out Clairvoyant, but the damage follow-up wasn't there. The shield wasn't low enough, and now this Ant Matrix from Pekin got to clear away that corner, so now Mizzou can take a much more aggressive stance, but Mayball out once again. It's going to be just enough space, though, for Clairvoyant to sneak through. This time, the Shatter is huge. 4 down on the ground. Everyone who was left standing sent back to spawn.
Good timing on the Ant Matrix there from Sariel. I believe it was enough damage through to break the shield, which allowed Jabobbers to land a Shatter pretty easily. And also, I mean, doing a good enough job at buying time that it has allowed Luke to get closer to to another Blizzard here, actually. Edgewood College have successfully eradicated a lot of this time bank.
A nice block there as well. The Deadeye will land. Econom doing an excellent job there. And you're right. We are now looking at 2 fights for Mizzou.
See if changes another rather dropping the Ant Matrix, dropping the Baptiste for a Kiriko. And I mean, another Blizzard available for Luke.
And here it comes. Yeah, Clairvoyant gets caught out in it immediately. Sound barrier is used, but the fight still going to be won handily by Edgewood. So that is a lot of resources built out. Edgewood has set themselves up very well for this next fight.
And that's a really awkward sound barrier to use there for your Cabby, because that was multiple frozen targets. And considering there's a Kiriko, not having that cleanse in time is a little bit unlucky for Mizzou. Still, this is a must-win for them here in this fight. They have a Blizzard. We've seen what Luke's been able to do. Ami Salami will have to respond in kind.
And that is their only win condition on the board. Edgewood has what they need to sustain. They have what they need to strike back. Bobbers Shatter online now. Here comes the Blizzard from Tommy. Is it going to be big enough? Jabobbers does get caught out in it. The sound barrier is there. The immortality is there. Beautiful rotations of those abilities and ultimates. And now Serial coming back in with an Amp Matrix. Clairvoyant is down. They have to disengage, but only a few members are left. This last fight will be scuffed.
I mean, last 20 seconds here. We do have a Kitsune Rush, but I mean, is it enough? Yeah, really, Edgewood College has the Amp Matrix, and they have the Earth Shatter. Through the Amp Matrix, this Fire Strike is going to put so much havoc on the backline. Yeah, they can't even stay alive.
Wow, yeah, that is just immediately 2 players down. Overtime is here. Nothing left for Mizzou to do, and what a hold from Edgewood.
That was a 5-minute time bank that
Complete.
Mizzou could not convert. Despite having, entering that third point, the ultimate economy to actually do so. It's not like they were walking in sort of, you know, bankrupt. They really had tools to do what they needed, but not. I mean, a lot of that comes down to the Blizzard from Luke multiple times, just winning a fight single-handedly. And Mizzou not able to replicate that success with their own composition. Lose all the progress they earned, and now I mean, the map win condition is set.
This is very doable for Edgewood, and especially considering they that has to take the wind out of your sails if you're Mizzou, right? Either Mizzou needs to have an iron hard mental, or they need to reset after that, because that just could be devastating. So Edgewood College now definitely with the momentum here. Not seeing a change come out from Mizzou in terms of the composition, and it really wasn't expecting one.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, they're running the Sojourn here, so it's a little bit more mid-range damage than the Cassidy. Or at least a little bit more mobility with the mid-range damage.
4, 3,
Edgewood back to that hyper-mobile comp that essentially functions as a poke composition.
defend objective A.
See if, amusingly enough, the Sojourn's actually worse against this comp than the Cassidy is. There's no consistent range damage to deal with the Pharah. That shield's already broken, and a big ante onto the Baptiste.
Yeah. Edgewood's just doing a beautiful job of executing this composition to a T, right? This is exactly what you do. You put a lot of pressure into the Rhine shield, poke down whoever else you can, surround them all, give them no options of where to run. So beautifully done to get them first point.
Yeah, Mizzou's going to make several changes here. In fact, they're going to go to the composition they opened up with on Lijiang Tower for the most part. Makes sense to me. Cassidy, again, that consistent range damage against the Pharah. The Mercy to make it a 2v2, and the Diva for damage mitigation as well as high ground control to play in close to the Pharah. Luke already so much more pressured than the first point.
Yeah, they were having a hard time finding anything to work their way in. Nice pick from Iggy, though. That's gonna set Edgewood back several seconds here. So, and as well, I love the proactive swap, right? Or rather, I guess the reactive swap, but still very, very quickly.
Yeah, there's no way the Rhine composition was gonna have success against this Pharah. So, good face.
Hack comes in as well to Clairvoyant. They're going to be D-maxed. Big defense matrix as well. Almost saves Clairvoyant. Going to be Edgewood taking control once again, and may have slowed them down for a moment, but certainly hasn't stopped them.
Nope. And I mean, this next fight is likely to be more of the same with the EMP setup, right? Mizzou has to contest the objective as a team, which is where the Sombra wants to find value anyway. So, I mean, you're walking in coalesced as a squad into a character that excels at, you know, at denying crowds. And I mean, Edgewood likely to try and play this EMP into a fight win.
Curious to see if they commit the nano boost as well. So far, it doesn't look like they are going to need to. The EMP was beautifully executed, and all of the follow-up was there from Luke and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, just a flawless execution here. And Edgewood has not been stopped in the second phase at all. And I mean, heading into third now. Mizzou continues to play sort of like that hero mystery heroes as Iggy goes over to the Ash. And it might be too little too late. That's 5:15 to stop the payload here on third.
Mizzou made a blistering time through first, though, too. Iggy does finally take out Luke. Rez is going to be there. Jabobbers has been demexed, so they're forced to use their ultimate to get back in. Still pushing forward, though. They're actually able to get the pick on the Clairvoyant. So now Mizzou doesn't have anything to stop Luke, and they've got a nano boost behind them. Nothing standing in their way. That will be King's Row in favor of Edgewood, evening the series at 1 apiece.
Yeah, that was just a phenomenal response from Edgewood College. Mizzou had no answers to the Pharah composition here on King's Row, and a well-earned halfway or well-earned second map to them, as we are tied up 1 apiece. And I mean, now, for Mizzou, it's also a bit of a challenge to them, right? A call out. How do you deal with this Pharah composition on map types that are not controlled? You have to open up with something a little bit different. And Mizzou, is gonna have to see if they can resolve it on map number 3.
They're gonna have a couple minutes to think about it, as we're gonna throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. This match is just getting started. See you all soon. Everybody, welcome back. We have stopped the streak. We are not headed to Arado next, LaFond. It is going to be Circuit Royale instead, which is one of Mizzou's favorite maps to go to. This is one they have definitely highlighted. So I'm going to be excited to see what they put up here, what they think the answer is going to be to this squad. That also, by the way, we haven't really mentioned this yet, but Edgewood College, this is a first year program. They came into the beginning of the year diamond average, and so they have leveled up tremendously over the course of the year to be a top contending team right now in the Varsity Premier.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest strengths here for this squad is that they're playing a style that I don't think is very common in general. I mean, running this Pharah up tempo style is really difficult to deny when it's run as well as it's being done here. And for Edgewood College, a lot of that revolves rather around the fact that the composition they're playing. I mean, I touched on this on King's Row. Even though they're running mobility characters, meaning, you know, characters like the Diva, characters like the Wrecking Ball, Sombra, etc., even though they're running these mobility characters, they're not running a dive composition. And it is critical to kind of underline that fact, because the way you approach it is not the same. So the way you defend against it is not the same. And a lot of teams expect to see mobility composition, expect to see you all in all the time, you know, trying to find isolated members on the backline to execute. But that's not really what's happening. Instead, it's mostly poke-based damage from the Pharah that is over until the pressure from that damage is so overwhelming that your sort of resources break down. And then you kind of follow cleanup kills off of that. So the opponent uses resources just to stay even with you. And then once that runs out, you can kind of take the fight to them and win out that way, which is what we saw on King's Row. It was to a certain extent done on Lijiang Tower, but not as nearly as effectively. We'll have to see what comes through on Circuit Royale, because it's a map that historically has favored, you know, the long range hit scan more than this sort of Pharah poke that we've seen from Edgewood to this point.
I don't think that means, though, that they can't run it. I think that first point is definitely going to be, I think that's going to be the most difficult point for them, right? Either whether it's on defense or on attack, if they decide to go with this composition again. But of course, most teams are going to be playing something revolving around Sigma, something that can really just enable these long range DPS to do what they need to do.
A lot of questions for Edgewood College on this map. As well it should be, considering this is Mizzou's pick, right? Like,
yeah.
You never want to go to a map that entirely favors your opponent. So far, at least, I'd say that the composition or the maps that have been selected have made sense for where we're going. Mizzou attacking first again. So this is even more interesting, actually, as we look to Edgewood College, because I mean, they're running the Sigma, but more critically, they're running Luke on a Tracer and Serial on the Ana. And the reason that's interesting is because, well, the Ana doesn't have the same level of survivability or sustain that a Baptiste does with an Immortality field. And so if your shield is overwhelmed, if the Sigma shield is overwhelmed, it finds a little less value. Okay, they're switching over to the Baptiste now for the reasons I highlighted. The Tracer's interesting, though, and that's one they're going to stick on, because the Tracer does not operate in the ranges that this composition is expected to operate in. It's more up close and personal, and so we'll see if Luke is able to find nearly the same amount of value that they did on previous maps.
They can definitely target the Widowmaker on Iggy, but again, it's how do you get there, right?
Yeah.
There's so much ground and distance that needs to be covered that you're going to be spotted out. Somebody is going to notice you, right? And you're going to expend so many resources getting there. What do you have left to get the job done? So definitely a lot of question marks in my head as well about this.
And also the one target that you would normally highlight in a Zen here just isn't on the field, right? And the Ana is a lot scary, or sorry, the Mercy is a lot less vulnerable than the Zen in close.
And Iggy, as we can see, really not, I think, really getting pressured by Luke at the moment, able to just take some of these shots for free, seeing if they can win out this duel against Bag and Nam. And Sariel going down, though, quite a bit for Edgewood, so gonna have to back up around this corner.
I mean, Luke is waiting for the cart to come around the corner so they can actually, you know, be of effectiveness. That is a very fast infrasight from Bag and Nam.
Which, I mean, I think is kudos to Mizzou as well for being able to keep their team up through all that damage, right? And in fact, both support ultimates are online. Presumably because of this. The Immortality field taken out by a Pulse Bomb. Certainly not, I think, the value Luke was necessarily looking for. And Mizzou continuing to push forward with this Valkyrie. He does eventually win out the duel, so Mizzou in a with a great opportunity to start to put the finishing touches on this, but Luke still being a pester in the backline.
Pretty sure that was the first.
Ooh.
That was the first and second elimination of this map. 2 minutes into it.
Yeah, that's poke comps for you, I guess. Mizzou is going to be able to finish off this point, though, with a pair of kills there to secure it. But you're right, it took a lot of time.
Iggy has finally got back online here on that hit scan. And Luke is, I mean, it's tough because I don't know that Luke can actually do too much here, right? It's very tough as the tracer to kind of put pressure, especially, again, I think the other thing too is like, you're not really putting pressure on the support line for Mizzou because there's no Zen. So you end up just kind of existing around and hoping that you can find an opportunity to kind of get in the back line and maybe shoot at the Widow.
The Clux from Clairvoyant going to be combined with the Dragon Strike. Does fight back at Nam. He is able to pick off James in the Chaos as well, which means Edgewood does not have Transcendence to try and keep them in this fight. So now with so much of the resources being burnt from Jabobbers too, they're not even enough for them to disengage.
Yeah, that was multiple. Both Gravitic Fluxes are zoned more than they really catch anyone. Unfortunately for Edgewood College, their Sigma did not have the rest of the team to deal damage. Also, speaking of, they're going to switch compositions now, trying to play for that Wrecking Ball.
And unfortunately, just because they needed to touch the point so quickly, they had to go in, expended a lot of health, but James is there with the Transcendence. That gives him a second lease on life. Robert's even able to finish off Clairvoyant in the process. Cabby trying to utilize this Amplification Matrix to get something done. Iggy does find Luke. Beautiful shot coming in from them. Fight still going on. Iggy getting chased away now, wearing that Discord orb as well. Jabobbers regroups with the rest of this team.
Hakunan actually builds up to an EMP meanwhile. So this is going to be a real setup here for this Sombra player. It's going to be very difficult to survive through this, I think.
Crucially there, Jabobbers did not use their adaptive shields either on that engage, so they're going to have it for this upcoming fight when things really get going. Iggy now using the sights, allow them to know where some of these threats, where some of these dangers are coming from, most crucially Luke. Comes the EMP, catches all 5 members. Now we just need to see the focus fire there. The Immortality Field comes out quick enough. Edgewood College just doesn't get the picks that they need as quick as they need them. Slam coming in, Jabobbers not with as many heals, I think, as they wanted either. Forced to back up to the point. That's a lot that they used for not much value. Dragon Strike comes in now from Tommy Salami. He's going to zone several members out, but the minefield could get the job done. Pulse Bomb goes on to Clairvoyant. That will demech them. So an opportunity here for Edgewood to kind of descend during this chaos and find a couple of picks, but they still haven't come in yet, Lafon.
No, and with the Valkyrie going, it's so hard to find elimination through it. I mean, the healing throughput of the Mercy is so strong.
Yeah.
Actually doing so much to buy time here. It's a bit of a waste, all things considered. And that actually favors Edgewood College the most, right? Because they're the one that has to draw time off the time bank.
Ooh. Look forced to immediately use their recall too. Back in Am, not able to survive. It's going to be Clairvoyant with an ultimate as well, so they got to get out of jail free card if their health goes down. Iggy does fall under their barrage of damage coming out from the Am Matrix. James now with the Transcendence to keep their team alive, give them a bit of an edge in the fight, but nobody really that low. Pingin actually on the verge of getting picked off. They do in fact get them. James going to fall though as well, so 1 for 1 in the support line means things staying remarkably even here. Hack does come out, but in the meantime, Clairvoyant picks up another pick. Are getting a little bit of progress here. Jabobbers now dropping back to contest. It's going to be curious to see if they commit the minefield. And now with the DMAC onto Clairvoyant, they just might. Self-destruct comes in. They do get remac'd. Opportunity here for them to capture. But again, Edgewood is making them earn every moment of it. The EMP is there. Bakanam is out, though. The minefield is on point. So everybody from Mizzou having a hard time touching the point here. Iggy very low for Mizzou as well, who's finally swapped over to that Tracer just to get back to point, see if they can keep this alive. He does find a pick onto Luke as the Pulse Bomb. Now he has one of their own. They're going to let loose with it. Does stick, but does not get the damage done. They're probably going very low. Once again, they're having a hard time staying in their mech, but the Immortality Field keeps them up at least for a moment. Big slam in from Jabobbers right after they are demeched as well. Cabby does go down. EMP in from Tommy Salami, though. Luke is able to get another pick onto Tommy Salami. 2.35 meters, and Edgewood College showing all signs of being able to hold right here. Luke goes low, but now the tide is turned. Zerial does commit the nano boost. Here comes another minefield from Jabobbers. If they can chase him off point long enough, they can get this, but no, Clairvoyant able to keep a toe on it. James very low now, but the DMAC comes in. There's no more health left for Clairvoyant. They do fall, and Edgewood does hold on.
Unbelievable stuff there from Edgewood College, and Mizzou, I mean, critically not able to shut down the Wrecking Ball in that composition. The survivability of the tank player here for Edgewood College just opens up so much more utility for the rest of the team, right? They don't have to worry about contesting. They can play at their own pace just a little bit more. And don't force the checkpoint, right? That's the other critical thing, that Mizzou never got that checkpoint for seconds. So they're constantly running back from spawn because, again, so much more space is earned for the DPS to kind of find value. And a very tough situation to be in for Mizzou. But as it stands, Edgewood College, I mean, a fairly healthy defense earned there for sure.
Yeah, and an absolute masterclass, I think, put on by Jabobbers on how to stall as Wrecking Ball. That's, you know, there's so much that a good Wrecking Ball can bring to the table, and that's one that I don't think gets talked about maybe quite as much as it deserves, right? Just the survivability of that hero is insane, and Jabobbers squeezed every last ounce of that out of that hero for that final fight. So huge props to them making that hold possible.
Indeed, and now Mizzou will have to equalize that defense. Edgewood College not even going to make a pretense at hitting the mirror. Just going directly to this Wrecking Ball style that they've had the most success on in this in this series.
It's certainly the one I think they're most practiced on as well. They cited this as their favorite compositional run, and there are some unique aspects to it as well. That I think makes it so that people aren't necessarily expecting a big hack onto Iggy, but the peel is real. They drop back for him. It's not going to be enough, though, in the end. Going in for the res, though, is ping into the Immortality field, allows them to get that off, but the pressure is unrelenting. Meantime, though, Bakanam has been picked, but the rest of Edgewood doesn't seem to care. They're still holding W. A lot of card progress made, even though they lose the fight.
Question is now, at this point where the Sigma composition has its most utility, most natural cover, can Mizzou slow the game down, right? Because the entirety of the team had, ooh, nice shot.
Whoa.
The entirety of Edgewood College has to go through a very open corridor where the Widow excels, and there's a lot of cover that allows the Sigma to generally keep the shield up. Is this enough to give Mizzou the opportunity to bleed time away? That's the important question.
A crucial part of that as well is that Clairvoyant is going to have their Gravitic Flux up sometime during the course of this fight. It's sometime close to the beginning as well. It's starting to look like Jabobbers eats all of their health, or rather their shields get eaten through just trying to kind of approach this bridge, which isn't even necessarily where the card is. They do have their sights set once again on Iggy, but in the meantime, Luke is down. Jabobbers not enough health to really afford to do the slam there either, so they are called out on it. They are punished for it. And Iggy with another pick too. This is playing out poorly for Edgewood at the moment.
And I mean, despite that early progress that was earned on this stage for Edgewood College on their offense, it is now somewhat evaporated, right? Because this is, again, where this composition has its natural strengths, where the Sigma composition gets its natural value. Luke gonna make a switch off of the Pharah. Again, yeah, there's an open corridor the hit scan has to, they have full control over, so the Pharah is just not nearly as invulnerable.
Oh my gosh. Jabobbers took so much damage just to get that minefield on the ground, and it didn't even necessarily zone terribly much as well. I mean, Clairvoyant able to clear some of those mines with the shield, and everybody was pretty much out of the way of it. So EMP coming in now. Iggy does go down. They aren't able to get the Immort out fast enough. Here comes a Gravitic Flux now from Clairvoyant. See if they can turn things around, and turn things around they do. Jabobbers does find Pingin. So it isn't over yet. There is still more work to be done, and that work is being done by Luke in the back line. They let go with a pulse bomb. Going to be no big deal. Everybody backs off from Mizzou, but they might have an opportunity here to stall.
No, they absolutely will get a recontest. As long as Tabi Salami doesn't die. Oh, so very weak. Wait, they just give up. No, they get there. They get there.
They get there barely, but Clairvoyant does go down. Nana Boost also has been committed. Tabi Salami with a big pick, though. That means it is not over yet. Luke finds Pingen, though, so Edgewood College, the distinct advantage here, going to be able to take that first point.
So this is still very doable for Mizzou. It's not like this is an unwinnable map here. Keep in mind the payload got to the very end of the second checkpoint. There's 3 minutes on the clock, which is not nothing, but is also not an infinite amount of time. The one thing to note, though, is that Edgewood College should theoretically have 2 fights right off the rip where they have the full advantage. One is this minefield that gets placed down behind Mizzou as they try and get on the approach. So that opens up the front line for Luke and back and Nan. And then you have the EMP thereafter, which should also play in your hand. So Edgewood College still have the upper hand in this map, but a pathway exists for Mizzou to close this one out.
Two Bombers once again taking a lot of damage to get that minefield down. It will be a trade. One support for a support. Sariel, though, taking far more damage. Mizzou going to be able to hold here, at least for the moment. Hack does come in onto Tommy. They might get picked off in the end here, but once again... Oh, Luke actually coming in with a big pulse bomb. This isn't over yet. Edgewood College has actually had an opportunity to kind of regroup. Luke doing an insane amount of work.
The big problem here for Edgewood College, even though Luke is doing so much, is that the spawns are closer for the defense, or about even anyway. That EMP is not going to be able to be activated now. Still, we are in last fight territory, so this EMP on the point will just close things out.
Oh, and it does. That is 2 picks right off the bat. Overclock to try and get something done here, but Clairvoyant is out of their mech as well. Should be just a quick cleanup for Edgewood College, and they are going to take a map win on Mizzou's pick to put them up 2-1 and on match point.
And this now means that we head into our 4th map in a moment, and all signs point to this being Edgewood College's favor, right? This is going to push as our next map, and I mean, we'll see. Not a lot of vertical cover on these maps so far. Composition not necessarily entirely valuable. However, it has to be highlighted that Edgewood College has made an adaptation that they've been able to put Luke on this tracer rather, and the Pharah has, you know, been even as the Pharah has been somewhat solved. This tracer adaptation has still been a style that Mizzou cannot quite find the tools to deal with. So unless they have a very quick recovery, the Eagles definitely have you know, the benefit of the information on this next game.
I think something else that gives them strength is just how practiced they are on kind of this prototypical composition that they're running, right? They've got what they prefer to run, but they can run a lot of different flavors of it. And I think that's where, like you said, Luke comes in his flexibility, right? He's able to not only play a lot of different heroes that can still work in this basic composition, but stylistically, the team is also able to change it up a bit, right?
Yeah.
That's a big thing to be able to. Yeah, this is a composition that is not easy to master by any stretch of the imagination. It's one of the more difficult, I would even say. And the fact that they can run it in multiple different ways, I think, really speaks to the strength of this team and how they like to do this. The question is, if they are forced off of it, eventually, can they still go toe-to-toe with Mizzou?
Yeah, and I mean, we're yet to discover if that's even needed, right? Because aside from the Lijiang Tower map, where a couple of the submaps didn't really play in favor of the Pharah, the Edgewood College has had more value from it. So, I mean, as we move to Esperanza for map number 4, it's tough to say that this doesn't still favor the Eagles, right? Despite Mizzou picking it, because again, the Wrecking Ball is so strong on this map, and we've seen Tracer, you know, excel here. I dare say the Pharah Mercy could still find some value on this map, especially if you think about the midway point where there's like these tall archways that the Pharah can kind of hide behind and continue to poke damage down. So, I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion here. The University of Missouri steals this map back. It's entirely possible that Edgewood can close out a series 3-1 here.
I think this is an example of Missouri once again trying to play to their strengths rather than trying to counter what Edgewood is doing, because after Circuit Royale, this is another one of the maps that they highlight as one of their favorites to go to. So they're definitely, I think, just trying to lean into comfort picks in the map selection even here. So yeah, only time will tell if this is going to be the right choice. First time we get to see a push map tonight as well.
Makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Having a non 3-0 for the final game of the night here.
Love to see it. I think this as well is the push maps have been much reviled in the Overwatch community, but I think that Blizzard they've started to figure it out with this map, right? It's by no means perfect. No map is. But this one to me is a vast improvement over both New Queen Street and Colosseo.
Interesting hovers we're seeing from Edgewood College here. Man, this is a throwback indeed. This is the yeah, well, with the D.Va it's less so, and with the Ana less so. But yeah, I think this is going to be very much the case of this is the control composition they opened up with, and I think Mizzou expects it too. You can see the Sombra here is mostly to put pressure on the opposing D.Va, so Iggy has a little bit more room rather to work with to kind of deal with the fire in the sky.
Yeah, it's interesting as well seeing the difference in the backline, right? Serial on the Ana versus Pingan on the Kiriko. That plus the difference in the DPS, right? Iggy versus Luke. Certainly that's going to favor Iggy for the most part. That comes in on a Clairvoyant, but they're able to shake it off relatively easily. A utility being bled out at the moment, so even though no picks are coming in, they should be forthcoming relatively soon. Iggy with a nice position as well on the back line. Not able to really see around this tower, though. So there's a moment where they're not really going to have a lot of value, which Edgewood College is kind of able to utilize. They're able to hold this position here on the corner, not really giving up the little bit of ground that they have gained so far. Back and off very, very close to their EMP. Sariel getting a nano boost online pretty quickly as well. This fight is actually going to be influenced by some ultimates here, most likely. Pingan goes down low, but again, able to use their Swiftness to get out. Bobber's forced to back out, especially now with the hack coming in on the Luke, taking a lot of damage too, getting peppered pretty mercilessly. Nano Boost now committed to Jabobber, so they're going to be pushing forward very, very aggressively. Clairvoyant has been debagged. Here comes the Kitsune rush from Pingan to try and turn things around. They are able to stay alive for a moment, but an EMP from back and Nam catches everyone on Mizzou off guard. That will be the fight-winning moment.
That is a tremendous amount of damage that Edgewood College sustained through, actually. And I mean, even still, a tremendous amount of damage that they dealt on top of it all, right? Like, it's not that skirmish really comes down to the fact that the EMP shuts down the utility that Mizzou wants to run just ahead of the sound barrier. It's both teams taking big blows, and eventually the ultimate's kind of deciding which team came out on top.
Oh, and the barrage is going to come out before the EMP can get there. Tommy Salami does use a Clairvoyant, able to find a pick with the emergency remac, but Edgewood College, because of that up-tempo play, takes the point and gets the first checkpoint.
That is, I mean, that's a big barrage from Luke, because it denies the EMP and self-destruct here from Mizzou, and now Mizzou are back playing from scrap zero. They don't have anything. Two Sombras will run into each other.
Twice, right? They will eventually poke each other out. Ooh, and back at Nam doesn't have a lot to work with because Clairvoyant was right there with the defense matrix. It will be a trade, though. Kevy does go down as well. And they have the sound barrier, too, which could be a big deal. But fortunately for them, Edgewood doesn't necessarily have any big fight-winning ults online that they need to deny with the sound barrier.
And again, oh my god, look how safe Luke is here. Like,
wow.
Who's going to challenge
Yeah.
them? Who's going to challenge them at all?
Comes the sound barrier now as a few members get low from Mizzou. They're going to push back in, but the hack on the Clairvoyant keeps them low as well. In danger of getting deemed back. It's not quite happening. Luke finding a nice angle over to the side, but Iggy has swapped over now to the Echo. Big MP comes in. The follow-up is there on the ping, and it's a good thing because they had the Kitsune Rush, which could have certainly benefited them, turned this fight around in Mizzou's favor. They will get a couple of picks. So now, with the spawns being closer for Mizzou, Edgewood might not be able to push this cart much more further forward.
With the reset on, or the resurrect rather, into Sariel, I mean, the cart has been moved so far forward. And keep in mind, this is without Edgewood College really using any meaningful, or rather, using very few meaningful ultimates, right? I mean, like the EMP, sure, but realistically, that's not really a whole lot, because now you have the nano boost once more, and Mizzou is going to have to commit just to equalize this fight.
And the barrage, once again, from Luke comes out before Tommy has the EMP ready to go, which would have been a big win condition. Beautiful sleep as well from Sariel, and Luke is right there to follow up on it. Honestly, the communication from this Edgewood squad is absolutely tremendous. You can see it in action.
I mean, speaking of communication, that's another EMP from Mizzou that has no follow-through. That's now back-to-back ultimates from Tommy Salami that just has no one left alive to kind of find value with it, and that's too big of a resource to not have your team backing you up.
Yeah, this is just a absolutely dominant showing coming out here right now from Edgewood College. They got both support ultimates online. Backing up is going to have this EMP relatively quickly too. Iggy, this is going to have to be a huge copy if they hope to take a fight win here, but Bombers has been demeched. That's big. This could be an opportunity for them to take a little bit of this advantage away from Edgewood.
It'll be the first fight win here, or the first true fight win that is not going to be skirmished back by Mizzou.
Thanks for the assist.
No, I mean, it doesn't even reset the bot to half. You can see Luke is playing Gatekeeper. The thing is now this means is the EMP is going to be available, and then you use the nano likely onto your Pharah, which is going to be just enough time to kind of burst through anyone if the Matrix is not like literally held as the Pharah comes in.
Here comes that EMP right and now from Beckenham. Iggy caught in the Diva form. Beckenham does get a pick, but they're going to be traded out. James with the Valkyrie now could be the difference makers. That's going to give him a lot of state, but Iggy gets one with the self-destruct too. So that dupe needed to be big, and it was.
The start for Mizzou. That's all it is. Meanwhile, Mizzou, this next fight needs to be one where the EMP gets value, right? And it really can only be the only ultimate they use. Because now they need to be extremely efficient with their rotation. Keep in mind, Edgewood has hit that 110 meter mark, by which we mean, at which point most push maps we've said is sort of the magic number to kind of highlight that somewhat, unwinnable.
Luke does have a barrage back. The nano boost as well. Yeah, Tommy Salami taking their time with this EMP. There's a couple of hacks coming in as well from Beckenham. Sleep on the Tommy as well. That means they're gonna have to disengage. It's gonna be even later. Now it's an opportunity for Luke to find a value. Devolver is forced to use the self-destruct to get back into their mech. Point trying to put a lot of pressure onto Sariel, but the pocket is there from James. Sariel hacked, though. That isn't going to allow them to stay into this. James will remain to be seen whether or not they have the resurrection in tow. Not a clear fight win just yet. A lot of that barrage getting blocked simply by the geometry of the map. Comes an EMP now from back and Nom. They're going to be able to get Cabby out of the equation, but Mizzou still managing to hold on and find more picks in this fight. They're going to get the next checkpoint.
Yeah, these are some really awkward skirmishes now. Mizzou will finally get that forward spawn. And not a moment too soon, right? This is... having it around this point actually is pretty big because they'll be able to get to a fight with the EMP here. Really uncontested. Edgewood barring, I don't know, a nano boost onto a DPS and then just popping off. Unlikely to burst this one down. So Mizzou are about 2 fights away from equalizing the lead. And they at least have those 2 fights worth of utility. So Edgewood, even though they have the current portion of the map, still very much in doubt as to a guarantee if they're going to win this map or not.
Edgewood College actually doing a great job of sustaining and making this fight take a long time so that they can start to build back some of these resources. Nano Boost has been committed now to Jabobber, so a lot of damage coming through. Mercy actually, Cavi getting away is massive. And Iggy with the focusing too. Honestly, I feel like Iggy this has been the difference maker in a lot of ways for Mizzou. They've been able to force Luke off the Pharah, and they're continuing to find value.
Yeah, this is actually really big for Mizzou. Causing these skirmishes to kind of extend is really big because it also allows or forces Edgewood to have to be in these fights.
Ooh.
Edgewood is not even really resetting. This is another moment where they just keep throwing themselves at the objective back, and I'm trying to, of course, get the EMP online. This fight is a must-win for Edgewood because if they don't, Mizzou will equalize, and we're in the last 60 seconds. Time is not on Edgewood's side anymore.
No, it's not. And Iggy has a duplicate once again, and they got tremendous value with it the first time. Gonna go straight over to the Diva, but here comes the EMP. Luke finds a kill on a Cavi. Pinging very, very low. They're gonna be taken out next. Luke has laser focus right now, along with the rest of the team. Kitsune rush to counter Mizzou's as well. They will be able to come back in this fight, but Iggy with the Seductive Struck takes out James. One of the big sources of healing is gone. It's not going to be enough, though. Tommy Salami finds Luke, but we are in last fight territory now. It's going to have to be a fast regroup for Mizzou. Otherwise, this series is over, and Edgewood takes it.
Keep in mind, the forward spawns are available here for Mizzou. Back in, I'm already checking in, making sure to kind of make sure no one gets in close. You have to hit that center point, the center marker, but the bot has not yet moved back forward enough. And Mizzou is right here. Tommy Salami with an EMP. Mizzou have to win 2 fights. One of them nearly guaranteed with his EMP. And then it's just a 50-50 in the very end.
Luke getting traced down heavily. I think Mizzou recognizing the fact that's one of the biggest threats on the table at the moment. Clairvoyant does get slept, so they're going to be demeched. That is a big boon for Edgewood. Jabobbers with a nano boost again. Massive EMP from Tommy Salami. Isn't going to be enough, though. They do catch all 5, but the picks still come in for Edgewood. 1 player remaining. They do get the touch, but that's going to do it. Edgewood College comes out on top and keeps their record spotless.
What a tremendous final fight there from Edgewood. Signs pointing to Mizzou to take that one away, but Edgewood dug deep. And even with that EMP coming in, the survivability from the supports to keep everyone up, and then the tank play once more finding value. And I mean, across the board, the Edgewood College squad played as a team. This is a team that realistically showcased their level of coordination in a way that I don't believe is mirrored by anyone but the top teams, which makes sense. Again, this team is flawless in their record as they move forward to be a real threat, I think, to a lot of teams coming in.
So much to talk about too with this Edgewood squad, honestly, because this is a team that is not graduating any seniors either. And given this is their first year as a squad, there is a lot to look forward to with Edgewood. But we'll stop that for the moment. We're going to send it to a short break as we get an interview in here very quickly. Don't go anywhere. We are back, and we've got the captain from Edgewood in the booth with us, Luke. Congratulations tonight on just a phenomenal win over Mizzou. And oh my gosh, look at that! You got the whole squad there. Let's go! Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. So first off, just congratulations.
Thank you so much. I mean, we fought hard, so.
You did. Now I want to kind of paint the picture before we get to this first question, right? This is a team. First year of the program, right? You come in a diamond average team. Your coach takes you and says, cool, let's run a ball comp. And you all make it work and are now sitting with a perfect record in the spring semester. It's kind of a two-part question. Why and how?
Why? All right, so I mean, I guess because, you know, we don't really have like those mechanics like the higher, you know, SR players, but like since we can all have good synergy and we're all able to play together and like we're able to play well, able to play the ball comp well, it just works, you know. I've been playing Pharah for so long, but I don't even play her on my account at all. I just play her because my coach tells me to. So that's just how it goes. It just works. I don't know how it does. We're so good at it. We're just especially over between fall to spring, like the synergy has just been phenomenal. I mean, we've been able to hit so cleanly, and it showed. Like they're playing a full counter comp, and we've been able to just beat it. So it's been good.
Actually, let's as stellar as your compositional setup was on the Wrecking Ball, let's dial in a little bit on the differences that you guys had, because you weren't a one-trick composition either today, right? Some level of success on other looks on that. For your team, has that been an important thing to not just be, you know, that one-trick team, but also able to kind of flex away if required?
Yeah, no, and I mean, especially over this like spring part, we've definitely been looking into playing other comps because as it shows, they can counter it. And I mean, when it gets too tough, like especially when we're like not on the defense, it's tougher. So switching to that Tracer and that Kiriko really helps because they're on those Pharah counters, but Tracer can deny Echo really well. So it ends up working out. And again, we practiced it and been able to do it.
To kind of, I mean, we do have to talk a little bit about the micro of the composition that you're, you know, most comfortable on, because I mean, clearly excelling at it. The look for it, what is sort of the highlight for when you want to step away from some of those you know, comfort picks, you know, the Pharah, for example, compared to when do you feel like you can force it? Because we saw a little bit of the Esperanza as well, right? Specifically towards the first half before they switched over to Echo. You were having maybe a little bit of difficulty getting the Pharah into position to, you know, find success, but still made it work for the most part. So what is sort of that defining factor for your team to make that call, to make the switch?
Yeah, so if it's not those counters, I mean, them swapping to the Echo, I gotta be honest, it didn't really cause me much trouble, if I'm being honest. It's just that Echo and Mercy does make it tough for me to find a target to hit because they're all, you know, fast-paced moving, and in the sky she can duel me way better than I can. So switching to the Tracer there is like the go call, like, okay, they're on those counters and it's just too tough. They're starting to get it the push, like we just swap.
Well, before we let you go, last question for me. Anybody you'd like to give a quick shout out to, be it friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like?
Yeah, I mean, definitely shout out to my family, but also shout out to my director. He's right over there. He's phenomenal. And also my coach, Dida. He planned all this comp and been working with us every single day. So, I mean, it's been phenomenal. And also, these guys are awesome. These guys are great, and the synergy of all of us has just come together so well. So,
well, thank you so much. Love to see it. Love to hear it. Good luck to you in the rest of the year, and thank you so much for dropping in to talk with us for a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, LaFon. Well, that's gonna do it for us tonight. A lot of 0-3s, but we do get a pretty competitive one there at the end, of course. Great job to Edgewood, edging out University of Missouri. Before we say goodbye, any final words from you?
I mean, it's impressive to see what that program has accomplished in so short a time, right? I mean, being a meaningful competitive squad with that level of performance is impressive, and doing it on their own terms is even more so. So yeah, a lot of credit to Edgewood for the showcase that they had, and definitely staying that flawless run. I'm excited to see where they go for in the future. Beyond that, though, I mean, it's been a pretty exciting couple of weeks we've had here at the NACE Star League, and moving in, it's getting closer and closer to crunch time here for a bunch of teams. So I expect the games to heat up ever more. So I guess the final thought is keep an eye out for the games for the next couple of weeks, because they are bound to just be better and better.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in. That's going to do it for us tonight. Big thanks to our production staff in Discord. That's Abe for me and Mikey. Appreciate everything you do for us. Thank you, LaFon, for joining me once again on the mic. GG's, and see you all next time.